Hi, everybody. Okay, today I am going to do my 41st presentation. Uh, who is Q? Epstein pedophile networks and Nazi eugenics and witch trials. Um, so the thing is, the Q with the QAnon stuff, when that came out, I was like, what the frick is this? Because it was all about these child trafficking networks. And I mean, my focus had been and really has been, I mean, I've known about all of the, how should I say, the what polite society calls child trafficking without recognizing that what their CPS and family courts are doing is child trafficking. The real, like, here, give me money and I'm going to take some children from some poor country and we'll put them through the adoption system, uh, or, just blatantly stealing children, uh, and, they disappear off the streets and nobody hears from them again, uh, except through the black market networks. But anyway, you know, when the QAnon stuff, I was like, what is this? Well, I was like, well, selling outside of a pizza, selling kids outside of a pizza place in Washington. I highly doubt that that's how it's going to, like the logistics of this stuff. I'm like, oh God, some crazy, idiot suburban housewives got hold of this and made up all sorts of stuff. The lone gun theory type of bullshit that's going on. So anyway, but what interested me, I was like, what is it? Why is it Q? Because I mean, people call me Q. I mean, since I was a kid, my sister's Q, that's Quenby. And I've even signed sometimes, notes and stuff when I was in college and you had those the boards on your door and you wanted to leave somebody a note. This is before yeah, you kids won't know about this. This is before everybody had cell phones. You wanted to, leave a note, everybody have a little uh, whiteboard, and I'd put Q. So anyway, I digress. But I was just like, uh, is somebody like looking at the research that I'm doing? But why wouldn't they contact me? Like, who is this? But then there's such competition. And then there's just this. I was watching Candace, I have the link in here too. That was her. It was the book club. And this is about Freud. And, the person, she was talking to somebody and something that she had said, I forget what it was, but the person was like, but what do you really mean? Like, and she's like, well, what I just said. No, but like, what do you really mean by that? There's always some underlying, message to be decoded there and deciphered from what you're telling me. I mean, this is so feminist, anti-feminist, control freak, gaslighting, manipulation, 101 bullshit. It's not even funny. Um, and it's exhausting. This is why everybody has cancer. Everybody else is on drugs. Because it is exhausting to live with these people. I mean, my mom was like that. My older sister. I mean, she wasn't like that when we were growing up. She became like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm like, yeah, I see how like she was the straight A student, and she became. Well, I don't like to really talk about my siblings and stuff because yeah, I try and keep out of because then it just gets into personal and whatever. But she became as stupid as my younger sister. So anyway, that's all I'm gonna get off that one. But yeah, it's like, and all of the women at the American Women's Club, I mean, all the expat wives, I mean, I can't believe, like, Candace Owens not paying any attention to this. Okay, Isabel Brown, won't be mentioning her. There's Riley Gaines, there's TPUSA. Sorry. Then you have, and then, Ed Martin, which he's president of the what is it, the Schlafly Eagle Forum, because that where there was a split between the Schlafly, the Eagle Forum, which was started by Schlafly, and her kids are there, and they supported Ted Cruz, and Ed Martin is going with Trump, and so that's where that split. Um, so you would be like, well, like, Ed Martin, when he got in as Attorney General of DC, I was like, okay, let's go, buddy. I got all the cases. We're going to drain this swamp in no time. We're going to get all of these lobbyists sweating and running around. This reminds, excuse me, this reminds me this is right before we're living in Paris before we go to Bogota. So this is the end of the 80s, and we're driving through Paris and the center of town, right near the Seine. And we have to make a detour because there's a fire. And one of the guys in the car, my ex was a currency trader banker, and this is a broker, and he's in the car, and he goes, "Oh, that's Credit Lyonnais. Somebody's burning all of the evidence." And lo and behold, did we find out in the news that it was effectively Credit Lyonnais on fire. And yeah, you got it. They had set the fire in on. I mean, of course, that was not the official story, but lo and behold, many of the documents were burned that night. I mean, no, you guys. I'm sorry, I had my water there. Um, it's actually, I've got some tea. Hopefully, this will help my throat. Uh, I, really, if you're at the front, like in a stadium, and you've got like the best seats in the house, of watching what's going on in the shit show in the banking system in the past 40 years, I'm in there. Oh no, it was too funny. So anyway, oh gosh, no, and I digress so much I forgot where I went with that. Okay, so let's get back. No, that was, I'll tell you. Then we went to Bogota. Oh, and the story gets even better. I promise you. I mean, I've been trying to find a publisher for my book. I mean, it wouldn't take me long to put it together because most of it's already written, or you got notes in all of my uh, videos. But I mean, Tony Lyons, I thought, oh, great. Okay, Tony Lyons, Skyhorse Publishing. This was Bobby Kennedy's campaign. Here, this is going to blow everybody out of the water. I mean, this would have shut up Kerry Kennedy and Caroline Kennedy. I mean, particularly Ambassador Caroline Kennedy. They would have been head of LBGT friendly human rights, RFK, human rights, Kerry Kennedy. They wouldn't have had time to criticize Bobby, and Bobby would be in the White House now. And I'm more and more convinced. I mean, this is once again, all of you journalists, whether you be the ones with the diplomas and the professional expert ones, or the new style citizen journalist. I mean, come on, you guys. There's not a story in here someplace. There's stories all over the frickin' place. But Bobby would have gotten in the White House. I mean, another person I contacted, I tried to go through the publishers of Whitney Webb. I'm like, yeah, the story I've got. I mean, my husband. It's actually you put his brother together and him together, and you kind of got the Epstein story. So it's not, totally the same. And they're small. He's a small fry. This is the Spanish. It's a Spanish banker. Um, so not all of this stuff, but still, that there is the human trafficking, and this is the dark, uh, illegal stuff. Or, I mean, I still don't know exactly what his brother is involved in. Is it gray areas? Is it real? Uh, I mean, and can you really get into a gray area when you're in the immigration business? Yeah. So anyway, I mean, it's speculation there, but there is more than enough. I mean, this is another, as I say, I like to stay away from my story and my family, but my poor sons, I mean, they're what keep me going. uh and I have been able to go back to Spain, and no, just cancel, we don't want any unpleasantness, so I mean, it's like all of you people, whether it be Whitney Webb or Candace Owens, Baron Coleman, and any of these people who are jumping on the bandwagon of you know oh God, crime, let's expose the criminals in here and expose how the government is not doing its job. What's her name? I think it's Nancy Grace. I mean, when I got to the States back in 2009, I said, oh, Nancy Grace, she'll be interested in all of this stuff and exposing it. No, all of these crime people and the documentary people, and, it just, once again, it's white collar business, managerialism, people who want white collar jobs instead of going out and getting their hand dirty by working the land or, in some manufacturing. It gets again into managerialism, the concentration of wealth, and the waste of resources. And one of the main reasons that we've had this, unending injection of artificial money since we went off the gold standard to the 70s, is precisely, this entertainment. I mean, it used to be just Hollywood and the sitcoms, whether it be the TV shows or the movies, but the news cycle has just become another form of entertainment with celebrities. I mean, that's my beef with Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, all of these, um, Juan Williams, all of these celebrity journalists that were in mainstream media and were, I mean, they got fired over freedom of speech issues, but none of them have the balls to do anything about how freedom of speech is being eroded in this country. The right to freedom of speech has been eroded under this country under their watch. I mean, then they have the gall to turn around and say, it's the housewives, dumb bimbo housewives, who are parasites on society. I mean, I agree with all of the kids. I mean, look at the state of the children in this country, the entitlement. I mean, each generation is just getting more entitled, more stupid. They all want to be prima donnas. They all want to live like princesses and princes and not be responsible for anything they do. They all want to live like Jeffrey Epstein. But then, I mean, this is the funny thing about it. The the people that are the first to, you know, criticize the rich and famous are those who aspire to live like them. Anyway, I guess maybe that's like my monologue entry, whatever. Baron Goldman always has some, but I mean, he does a good job with that. I have to say, he is one who actually has a brain out there. Lo and behold. So,
there's this planned congressional hearing where they've subpoenaed the Clintons and some other people, but I anticipate that'll be a pretty controlled hearing. I don't think you're going to hear any questions about Mark Middleton or Chinagate there, or what Epstein was doing those 17 times he went to the White House. I think that's why they only want to keep the discussion trafficking, because it's wider than that. Epstein was absolutely doing a lot of really shady arms trafficking stuff and financial criminality, and they have no interest in getting deep in the weeds there.
Because that exposes other people.
Absolutely. Basically, what I argue in my book is that the network behind Epstein, and the reason why there's so many powerful people in this group, is because it's born out of this union that occurred during World War II between organized crime and the nascent U.S. intelligence apparatus. Which, of course, there was a lot of British involvement with that when in the creation of the CIA and the OSS and all of that in World War II. That alliance officially happened. It's known as Operation Underworld, even though the U.S. intelligence community denied it for several decades. They now admit it. But that alliance, it was justified out of wartime necessity. We had to team up with the mob to win the war, right? But after the war, the alliance provably continued. So ultimately, essentially what happened then is that a lot of these rackets that were previously organized crime, arms trafficking, drugs trafficking, sex trafficking, prostitution, whatever, became, rackets of intelligence services.
In what way?
Well, I mean, there's a litany of evidence of the CIA being involved in drug trafficking and arms trafficking via illegal means. For many decades. And a lot of those networks that the CIA used go back to the same nexus. I mean, that's basically what volume 1 of my book is about.
But why would they be in bed with these criminals?
It's great business. The CIA and the OSS were really mostly Wall Street people, Wall Street lawyers and bankers, and it was great business for them to team up with these people. So basically, it's a new market. It's an illegal market with state protection. And so the CIA more often than not has gone over the competition for those markets. And that's why you have all these scandals, but no accountability for the CIA being involved in drug trafficking, arms trafficking, and all sorts of scandals over the years. But there's never been any accountability since, there was an effort with it at the, during the Church Committee in the late 70s. But since then, the CIA investigates itself and exonerates itself every time.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to get my head aroround this. So whilst the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, is meant to be...
No, it was too funny. Nate with Valhalla, he's another guy. I'm like, here you're this big military, macho He-Man in the whole ecosystem, if you will, of the podcasters. And you're crying like, some Valley of the Dolls bimbo at a country club. I mean, I was going to say, drunk over her glass of wine, but because everybody goes, I'm getting pissed off. Would everybody lay off of Nate? He's not getting drunk. Everybody's gotten on that bandwagon. And you'll even see, oh gosh, with Liddy Colin Campbell, I was just listening to that, this whole thing of, oh, they're drunk. And it's all to deviate the attention away from what's going on in Jeffrey Epstein's island. See how the whole game works? I mean, I've seen that. Oh, I remember that I'll never forget. It was like, so I was like, oh, this is like a scene from a movie with Bettina, the Spanish woman I know, and her husband. Oh, he also, his first wife accused him of molesting the kids, the sons. And I'm like, well, why aren't you, I mean, this is like 20 years ago. I'm like, why have you not been interested in cleaning up the courts too? I'm like, does that mean that it's true? Anyway, she would do the same thing. And I mean, it's the typical, I was like, would you people stop doing this? These people who, they nag you or they insult you or they bitch at you or whatever. And it's just like, give me a glass of wine. So, yeah, is the solution, sometimes the solution is just, let me take a sip here of my wine, calm down, and I'm not going to go, you stupid bitch, would you shut the fuck up? you know. And this is how you make the alcoholics, because if every second of every day you want to say, would you stupid bitch shut the fuck up, I need a drink, well, voila. If this is just an occasional occurrence at some stupid gala dinner, well, I make my point anyway. So I digress. Let's go. But yeah.
Protecting U.S. interests
Yeah, well,
abroad.
they define U.S. interests, I think, as something than what the American public is. So if you look at the CIA's earliest coups, their earliest regime change operations, they were done on behalf of very powerful multinational corporations, like Anglo-American Oil in Iran and the United Fruit Company in Guatemala, some of the earliest examples. So to them, protecting U.S. interests is protecting the interests not necessarily of the American people, but of massive American-based, multinational corporations.
So it's all economic defense,
in a sense.
Arguably economic defense, because wasn't the Guatemala? Didn't they remove a kind of socialist leader who wanted to return land to the Guatemalans?
Yeah. Well, that historically has happened, been the justification for a lot of it, and a lot of the justification was sort of Cold War era stuff. We don't want this leader to become close to the Soviets, ergo we must remove him from power. But the means of that have been pretty scandalous, especially if you look at what came downstream of some of those governments. In Latin America, for example, Chile being a notable example, where Henry Kissinger and the CIA in 1973 orchestrated a coup against Salvador Allende, and then Augusto Pinochet takes over. It's obviously a still very sore spot in Chilean politics, but objectively there's a lot of things Pinochet did that are
okay. She talks about, well, let her finish with Pinochet.
Really indefensible. He teamed up with a German pedophile guy who ran this place called Colonia Dignidad with his government's approval. A lot of people tied to the Pinochet government were involved in basically trafficking babies that were stolen from their mothers and then sent to adoption agencies at the U.S. People made money off of this, and nothing was done. And he had a lot of really shady bank accounts, did shady arms deals. So, okay, the socialist guy is gone, but, was it really any...
But okay, so the thing is what Pinochet, that's been going on, and that's still going on. This is a story that repeats itself all the time. Why don't you, like Whitney Webb, why don't you respond to my emails? Why don't you, expose what my research has exposed, and help each other? See, this gets into Tripping the Prom Queen book, and I'll tell you this, I was like, oh, so much made sense. Because as Susan Shapiro Barash points out in the book, in the mommy wars, the only thing the feminist movement has accomplished is to increase the competition between women, from good provider husbands, children, successful children, and this is where it becomes important for these control freak bitch moms to have the success defined as their child getting a diploma and having that diploma and getting through the school system, and then brown nosing their way through to a six-figure salary in the white collar labor markets. So that's how the anti-feminist, the traditional mom and trad wife, what they used to call it. But see, within the ideology and the traditional, if you will, the conservative, and where all of these trad wives should be, is the trad wife is what Erica Kirk used to be, the stay-at-home mom, and I support your, even if you come home and late, you have long hours of work. I mean, my father was like that. Growing up, I mean, I was always like, this is also why I so support fathers being more involved in their upbringing and in their families. Because with my father, I mean, he was a cardiologist, and I mean, he would be called away, his patients, it was life-threatening. I mean, I understood, that was not, it was his duty, and that was part of the job and part of a high responsibility job. But, it's not the best situation, and you do want fathers in the home. Anyway, with Pinochet, with Whitney Webb, I'm like, excuse me, one of the law firms that I have contacted in trying to find a lawyer to submit to the international courts about the problems in family courts is Baltasar Garzón. Now, he he became famous, and he's a judge from Extremadura, from some poor family and poor region in Spain. So he's this judge, but as they say, as his critics say, yeah, Baltasar, he likes to get more on a podium than he cares about the law and the Constitution. But I contacted, several times, never got back. The attitude gatekeepers that he has, snot-nosed brats answering the phone, just like everywhere. This is another thing. I'm like, look, you people are bringing up snot-nosed brats to get into the labor markets, and I've had it with them. And then I can't even get a job amongst them. So, Baltasar Garzón, he became famous under universal jurisdiction and going after Pinochet, because Pinochet, and this is, crimes against humanity. I'm not sure if there was genocide in there, but it was definitely crimes against humanity for what he had done in Chile. And he was in London. Pinochet was in London, and Baltasar Garzón was in Spain. And he, even Baltasar Garzón didn't think that his arrest warrant would be respected by the British authorities, because there wasn't jurisdiction. The crimes had been committed in Chile. Baltasar Garzón is in Spain, and this is, England, London, I believe. So, but it was, and they started with the procedure and exited, because this was Baltasar Garzón claimed that this was your universal jurisdiction. These crimes were so horrific, and I agree. These are exactly the same crimes that I'm trying to bring to the grievances to the international courts and say, would you examine this and hold these people account? Just like the war crimes and stuff. These are the people producing all the wars and genocides around the world. Stop that. It's like cut out the cancer, and you save the patient. So anyway, I never got a response. As I say, I never got past Baltasar Garzón, but here he is. I'm developing universal jurisdiction. I'm like, this is perfect. He's going to get this thing, and we're going to clean this thing up. This is over 10 years ago. Assholes. They're all assholes. They all want fame, fortune, power, and glory. And that's why I'm just like, no, we're gonna self-destruct. We're gonna all kill each other.
Did it really justify all this other stuff? I mean, I'm probably going to get in trouble for getting into Chilean stuff just because, people will accuse me of defending one side or the other. But I think obviously Pinochet engaged in behavior that was really, really bad. And
yeah, Whitney Webb lives in Chile now. Also, I'm like, excuse me, Whitney Webb, all of my work in the international arena, and if you just look at my explanation on the American Abroads Act, part of my activism website, Taking Back America for the People, I explain, I'm sorry, even a barmaid, as Einstein would say, if you can explain to a barmaid, your subject, even a barmaid can understand what I'm talking about there. And you have children now. Little lady, you have no rights over your property, over your children. As a foreigner, you're really open to boom. These are the Nuremberg laws. Everywhere is going on. Everywhere. You really don't understand your desire to have it all and stick it to the white privileged prom queen, debutante, whatever you want to call me. You're digging your own grave.
and should,
And it's interfering with the democratic process.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, people elect a leader, and then the CIA comes in and deposes them and puts in a dictator. They've done this around the world over and over again. And it's not even, they've also interfered in elections throughout Europe. They engaged in things like
Somoza. I think Somoza was Nicaragua. Somoza, his daughter went to Foxcroft. She was there before. I remember stories from the teacher. So she graduated before I got there. But still, these schools are supposed to be building the networks to be the leaders of the world. Well, all of these leaders, in both the English and the American and the Swiss,
Operation Gladio, where that was basically team.
you know, exclusive boarding school system, they're leading everybody off a cliff. And in the meantime, they're just sucking all the money out of everybody.
Up with, the Italian mafia, interests of the Vatican, and the CIA-backed terror groups in Europe. Those terrorist activities were blamed on left-leaning people in order to get people to vote with right-leaning parties to prevent European countries from affiliating themselves with, the Soviet Union. But would they have even done that? I don't know. I mean, it was a preemptive thing. And so, eventually, but again, this is how the CIA justifies the stuff to itself. I would argue that a lot of it was about economic interests. And at the same time, a lot of these actors were involved in sort of backrooms deals with, either Soviet intelligence or Chinese intelligence or the Chinese military. That's sort of what the Chinagate thing ultimately circles back to. And
tell me about that.
Really quick, I want to bring up this point. So Samuel Pisar, a very close friend of Robert Maxwell, who I'm sure we'll get into later, he was a lawyer, among other things. He testified to Congress in the early 70s about what he saw happening, and he talked about the rise of the trans-ideological corporation, where U.S. multinational corporations were basically entering into all these joint ventures and becoming extremely entangled with state-owned companies of the communist East in Russia and China. And he said that this was creating a new economic system of governance that was making the nation state irrelevant. And this is in the early 70s. And a congressman was like, well, do you think this is a bad thing? And he was like, not necessarily. And he was actually at the forefront of making that happen. And a lot of these people, including people like Robert Maxwell, did try and further that kind of vision, So ultimately, if that was happening in the early 70s and they admitted it, a lot of these actors that justified things out of the necessity of the Cold War, just like they justified it with out of the necessity of World War II, it really doesn't add up with what the public justification is.
Is it even possible to...
Yeah. So, this is interesting. And with the whole Robert Maxwell, I believe in innocent until proven guilty and presumption of innocence. Therefore, Ghislaine Maxwell, just because her father was involved in, really what is treasonous activity, and that's really what's going on with all of these. And this is not, to say all of the Jews. This is the upper crust, the ones with the, the billionaires. We're almost getting to trillionaires, but the billionaires out there, and the ones in positions of power within the banking system. It's like, wait a second, guys. This is not like I've got the names in there. I won't do that now. But, it's like, yeah, okay, there's just a lot of Jewish people in the banking system. Like, we're getting Jewish names, and they may change them, like Singer to Sigard, but yeah, it's not working. They're not changing their stripes. So, this is a as I say, Ghislaine Maxwell, I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt, but it is looking more and more like, she kind of, okay, I'll just roll over and God, this reminds me of poor Sasha Riley when he's told, you can't fight back, you can't fight back. He had really hurt Trump. And so Andy Biggs is going to come and beat the shit out of him and almost, was going to kill him. And he can't fight back. He can't fight back. That's what he'd been told. It's like, okay, Ghislaine Maxwell, you're going to have to go and sit in prison. They might beat you up a little bit, but you can't talk. You can't fight back. But we're not going to kill you. I think it's kind of the situation there. And apparently, yeah, she, and it looks like, because I contacted her brothers saying, these lawyers, her lawyer is screwing this thing up, expose the Me Too feminists who are behind all of this. And, you attack those lawyers and all of these victims. And the thing is in the Farmer case, Annie Farmer, but also that involves her sister. So that's kind of like, like Me Too feminists, you're sitting on the Sasha Riley cases and you're bringing out Virginia Giuffre. This is the problem that I had. I was like, wait a second. I didn't know about Sasha Riley, his case, but I knew of those cases going on and what was going on. I didn't have the physical proof, but I knew that people did have the physical proof, and we do have the evidence. We even have documentaries on this stuff. Um, so, that, like, come on, this just exposes the Me Too bitches for what they are. This is a power grab. And in the case of Prince Andrew, we'll go into that again. In the case of Prince Andrew, this was, he see his position on the international trade, control of resources. We got the fact that they wanted to get rid of him makes me believe that this is an angel, or what. I'm not looking for angels, people. Has this guy had some extramarital sex? Yes, I'm sure. Has he had it like the satanic? Has he been involved in the satanic stuff and had it? Is he a pedophile? And when I'm talking a pedophile, I mean, with pre-pubescent children. Even Candace Owens agreed, and she was criticizing this stuff about 16, 17-year-olds. Then she jumped in and said, yeah, we agree on prepubescent children. Prepubescent children, we're talking, with girls, it's a little bit more evident because it's when they start menstruation. Yeah. Okay, they're going to start growing the boobs. We're going to get So with women, okay, that moment, that is really much clearer than with boys. You have that, they can reproduce, and in fact, throughout history, girls were getting married at 13, 14, 15 years old when they became, when they started being able to procreate. Now, of course, with modern science and people living longer, and so that causing so many, problems, the girls are not, you really, in terms of just health of your society, you don't want these girls to start having children until they're at least 18, 19, 20 years old. Anyway, and I digress. So, but all of these things are these are not semantics. This is very, very important when we're getting into the courts. And also due process. In Prince Andrew's case, the accusations of Virginia Giuffre, first, she would have been about 17 years old because she didn't meet Jeffrey Epstein until she was 16. So this gets into, you can argue because 16, you have 16, 17, New York, but this is statutory rape. This still is not pedophilia, okay? Until we get, yes, the 13-year-old, now there's the story resurfacing about the 13-year-old girl who claims that she was raped by Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, became pregnant, and they killed the child. Michael Cohen was assigned to that case. He said, when he went to investigate to find out who the person was, it was registered to a parking lot in some borough of New York. So that kind of went away, but now that's resurfacing. That does seem to have, credence. Then there was another story of 12-year-olds. It was like triplet 12-year-olds who had been brought, obviously virgins from Eastern Europe for Jeffrey Epstein as like some, I don't know, birthday present, or maybe that's when they had the birthday cards, who knows? So, those I had heard rumors about that, but there was never any, the Me Too women weren't jumping on that. So as I say, the case that I knew about was the Annie Farmer, and Annie Farmer with her younger sister. And there, for example, they said that there was maybe some inappropriate touching, but he didn't. There was never sexual intercourse. I mean, all of these things, it's like, well, these are just semantic. These are just details. No, they're not details. When you are trying somebody in a court of law, these are important points. You have to assure due process, presumption of innocence, and for a person to confront their accuser and to have the evidence looked at by an impartial, whether it be jury or judicial process. This is the basics. And if you don't focus on that, even when we're talking about, mass murderers, serial killers, I mean, Megyn Kelly, this is where I'm just like, fit to be tied with that woman once again. She's totally removed the presumption of innocence of Tyler Robinson, as has Erica Kirk. I'm sorry, this is criminal. You are advocating for somebody's death. I mean, they want the death penalty for this guy. And all indications that there's really no proof. Present, maybe we'll see something in presented in court. I'm not sure. But the problem of, we'll wait and see if the lawyers fucked this thing up or not until we're actually in court. Well, your ship has sailed. Just like behind me. Your ship has sailed. And there is no, let's redo this over. No, next time, I mean, my favorite, this was actually in a report. The judge telling the litigant, well, next time, make sure that you got a lawyer who went to law school. But you go to the judge associations, the bar association, any of the regulatory bodies of the legal profession. Yeah, you talk about your cover-ups. It oozes corruption, greed everywhere you turn.
To understand what the mandate of the CIA is, then, because it seems very
well, it's supposed to be to protect American national security, but national security for a long time has been this huge catch-all, right?
Course, yeah,
and the U.S. has justified all sorts of things under the guise of national security, presumably continue to do so. So, I don't really give that a lot of weight. I mean, so as an example, like the Reagan administration, when Iran-Contra was being investigated, there was a line of questioning brought up about how the group that was responsible for that in the Reagan administration had developed something called the continuity of government protocols, whereby under a vaguely defined national emergency, basically the entire American Constitution could be suspended. Pretty scandalous stuff. And one of the examples of this vaguely defined national emergency was a widespread nonviolent opposition to U.S. military intervention abroad. And when a congressman tried to ask Oliver North about this at the Iran-Contra trial, they basically shut down the hearing under the guise of national security. It's crazy.
Well, if you think the economic strength of the U.S. is national...
One of the first lawyers that I contacted when I got to D.C., and I saw that he had defended Ollie North, this was Brendan Sullivan. And in fact, what I liked about the guy, when he applied for law school, Brendan Sullivan, they thought it was a woman. So they said, no, we don't accept women. And he was like, well, go screw yourself. I'm a man. I'm going elsewhere. But yeah. Oh, and his name popped up in Carol Joint's book, what was that? The Innocent Spouse. Carol Joint's husband owned Nathan's at the corner of Wisconsin and M. This was the watering hole for all of the politicians and stuff back in the 60s and 70s. Innocent Spouse. Yeah, okay. That's a whole other Pandora's box. I can't go in. But I've talked about that in the past. But, Brendan Sullivan, Carol Joint, all of you guys are responsible for what's going on. Everybody in Washington knows what is going on in this town, and nobody wants to do anything about it because they're making too much money.
National security, that's a catch-all for protecting
the American multinational corporations that openly admitted, if you believe peace.
And the Kennedy sisters, the Kennedy ladies, you all are at the top of the heap.
are intermingling with the state-owned companies of China and Russia are ostensible adversaries.
But you can justify the protection of a multinational in another country by changing the administration, and you could
or redomiciling them,
or allowing or turning a blind eye to banks banking money from drug trafficking.
Yeah, of course.
And so it then creates a different set of rules for those within the elite gang of what they can and can't do from what you and I as mere plebs.
So taking this back to the Epstein scandal, I think that's what
you and I as mere plebs. I have had it with all of these podcasters. They are not mere plebs in this thing. They have been given a voice. They are within the 10%ers, as I showed in the slides. I think that was the last presentation. The ecosystem there of how the 10%ers, the managerial white collar workers, are the group that is empowering and enabling this concentration of wealth into the hands of these 1%ers. If the 10%ers had a bit of morality and ethics and sense, Puritan worth ethics, and let's work together to solve these problems instead of trying to elbow your way onto the podium and let me into the limelight. Let me into the limelight. I want to be king. I want to be queen. Check your frickin' egos at the door.
That's why they only want to keep the discussion at sex trafficking.
Because it's wider than sex.
Because it's wider than that. Epstein was absolutely doing a lot of really shady arms trafficking stuff and financial criminality, and they have no interest in getting deep in the weeds there.
Because that exposes other people.
Sure, absolutely. And basically, this illusion that our world operates the way, we're told it operates. There's this planned congressional hearing where they've subpoenaed the Clintons and some other things, some other people, but I anticipate that'll be a pretty controlled hearing. I don't think you're going to hear any...
Yeah, that's going to be a picnic. Everybody bring your picnic baskets. Bottle of wine and sit back and watch. Bullshit.
Questions about Mark Middleton or Chinagate there, or what Epstein was doing those 17 times he went to the White House. It's all going to be about everything that happened after Clinton was no longer president, which is, if you look at how the Epstein case has been treated with respect to Bill Clinton for years now, it only focuses on Clinton after he left office. It's the same for Bill Gates too. They only focus on the Gates-Epstein relationship after Gates was no longer chairman of Microsoft.
So it's planned, controlled, a trickle of information, feeding scraps to us?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's defining the spectrum of what's interesting. It's a limited hangout. So it's like they define some tidbits that are interesting within a spectrum, and people are so entranced by what's in that spectrum, they don't look for anything beyond that. They just assume that's all there is.
Because if we know everything, it opens up everything. It's Pandora's box.
Well, it is a Pandora's box in a way, yeah.
Oh, if you knew everything, you'd be shitting in your pants.
Sure, because basically if you go, as my books show, if you go as deep as I went in writing those two books, and you could certainly go deeper, it basically shows that, the world is basically run by a meta cartel.
Explain that.
Well, I would argue, it is a cartel. It basically operates with impunity, and they have no accountability for all of their crimes, even when they're exposed here and there. Some people just are protected and above the law, almost inexplicably. And as I point out in my book,
people are used as scapegoats. Can't do it. Gets too bad. Cover up. Ooh, cancel him. Everybody, get away from him. Get away. Because he's going to take a fall. You don't want to be in the limelight. You don't want to be in the limelight of this. That's how it works.
It's a lot of the same actors over and over again, the same institutions. And you can see when one institution crumbles, another one pops up in its place. So as an example, in the book, I talk a lot about the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI. That implodes in 1991. It's covered up by William Barr when he was Attorney General, who covered up Iran-Contra, the Promise Software scandal, and BCCI, all as being Attorney General, and later would return to kind of do that and for Trump 1 when he was, Attorney General again. But after BCCI implodes, a lot of their portfolio of, organized crime and shady interest goes to the banks of that are sort of related to this guy named Edmund Safra. And Edmund Safra dies in his home, supposedly from, the story is very bizarre, but from arson allegedly set by his American nurse because she wanted to set a fire and then save him from it, but then didn't save him from it. Yeah. It's fine. Anyway, he was very good friends with Robert Maxwell and a lot of these figures that pop up all over the place in the Epstein case.
Yeah, they come up with some real inventive stories. I mean, it's like, I was a stay-at-home mom, and I'm like, you guys, when this is a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, come up with some sort of story that you're like, wait a second, you guys. This is what moms should be teaching the children, and they're young. Don't lie to me. And certainly don't lie to me and make up stories that make absolutely no sense whatsoever, because I wasn't born yesterday. See, this is why, no, the moms are off with their career and the kids are with some, half illiterate. I mean, they call them nannies. Everybody wants to have a nanny these days. Nannies are Mary Poppins. Um, have a literate maid who doesn't give a shit and just like whatever. So they, of course, grow up being completely entitled. I mean, this was a huge problem with Bogota. I was like, no way are my kids growing up like this. And that's why, I mean, people were like, why are they always at your house? I said, because then I'm watching what's going on.
And then who absorbs his banks? HSBC. They basically take those over, and then HSBC gets exposed. I forget. I think that it wasn't the Panama Papers, but it was like one of those consortium of journalists that published these leaks. Basically, revealed a lot of prominent people that were part of these HSBC Swiss accounts that had been inherited from Safra. Epstein was one of them. Some associates of Epstein, like Flavio Briatore, are there. But also, HSBC was laundering money for drug cartels. And who didn't go after them when they were in charge of the Bank of England? Mark Carney, who is now Prime Minister of Canada.
And everyone's leaving.
And while he was head of the Bank of England, there's pictures of him hanging out with Ghislaine. So, who's, Father Robert Maxwell was banked by Safra, among other things. So, this Operation Underworld, all of that, the formation of this nexus predates the founding of the State of Israel. And so a lot of these actors, and I know this in my book too, were involved with the arming of the Haganah and these paramilitary groups that later create Israel in 1948, and then help them set up their intelligence agencies. So that's sort of how you get all this overlap between, Mossad, Britain, CIA. It goes back to, the beginning of Israel's national security complex, really.
And voila. It's all connected. And what I don't understand is, Whitney Webb's book has been out for years and years and years. So why, I am sick and tired. This was particularly, it hit home to me at the IMF. It was when Akerlof, I forget his first name, Akerlof, he's the husband of Janet Yellen. And I'm pretty sure this is when she was the head of the Fed at the time. Anyway, his book was Fishing for Fools. And so I went and I was listening to his presentation, and it was obvious at the end, the only reason anybody had come was so that they could go with their copy of his book and get his signature, so then they could stick it on their coffee table and see, I have his signature. Oh God, the market is just flooded with books telling the story. But since you're ruling elite that have been, coming out of your prep schools, your Ivy League colleges, and given preferential treatment in labor markets, they're either too stupid to understand all of this information, or they understand, but they're like, well, shit, I'm not going to be the schmuck who's going to expose all this and stick my neck on the chopping block, because everybody is making too much money, and whoever spills the beans, they're just going to get rid of you. But this is a protection racket, and illegal under RICO and Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, because it is global corruption, and Enemy Alien Act, because this is happening on U.S. soil, and you're trying to destroy the country and bring it down. This 30, we've got to be up to $39 trillion in debt. That's got to be paid off. Sorry. And not out of the taxpayer. This is taxpayers' money that you guys have been siphoning off. I saw under the Trump administration, the billionaires have gotten like $1.5 trillion wealthier. You see in the balance sheet, you guys? This is accounting 101. Come on, you accountants, wolves in finance. Go for it. So, what we saw in the last presentation with the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. So this is crossing Arizona, New Mexico, Texas area. I always like California. They're kind of in a crazy house by themselves. That and the case study of what's going on here has to be looked at as interrelated to all of the different states and all of the regions of the country, because they are, a lot of these people are, it's kind of like Washington. Most people in Hollywood um, weren't born there. I mean, you do have some of the dynastic families who have been creating havoc, particularly Jane Fonda. Oh, God, that woman. Now I understand why my mother despised Jane Fonda. The woman's crazy. She planted a seed. She was one of the ones who planted the seed back in the 50s of all this craziness. And she still, oh God, the movie between her and J-Lo, of J-Lo getting married. I mean, that was precious. You didn't have to prepare much for that one, did you? So anyway, the what I had started getting into, and what I do want people to start looking at with the whole Epstein network, with it, this is came out really with the Sasha Riley accusations and tape. There are other cases, and I'm sure there are many more cases to be found out. This is, and yeah, the Epstein files need to be released in their entirety, because obviously everybody's hiding something. We know what they're hiding. I mean, you know, this is why I played the entire Whitney Webb clip. We know what they're hiding. She explained it in a nutshell there. You can go to the slides, you have the link there, or you can Google it or whatever. But yeah, you can re-listen to that without my comments. But she does, there you have it in a nutshell, you people. You want to understand what's going on? Voila. And either you drink the Kool-Aid and you go, okay, my kids are going to end up some Orwellian future, as Nate was saying, living in some little box. Dope them up, give them some good drugs. These poor people, if you're going to stick them in a box where they're going to be miserable, just make sure they get some good drugs. And not the pharmaceutical. Those things are the worst. So anyway, there was one of the things that I was like, guys, what's happening here? Because, I mean, everybody is, wait a second, you raided Epstein Island, but what about the ranch? When I did my little background and I Googled the ranch, I only got a bunch of cows. So anyway, yeah, that they forgot the ranch. Well, I'm sure they didn't forget the ranch. I believe that's where some of the satanic stuff might have been going on. And like the island stuff might have just been a bunch of sugar babies, just like you see in Monaco, Marbella, Portabanus, and things. I'm sure there is, I mean, let's just say, witchery is not so much their thing. These guys are too drunk and too busy hanging out in bars. They're the ones who own the bars and stuff. So does that make them innocent? No, by no means. But what I'm saying is the type of trafficking that's going on is not this, stealing of children and sacrificing of children and drinking of blood and all sorts of funky stuff. I mean, I'm starting to get into enough of all of this, that the whole blood thing, I've never understood. And this goes across the board, because human sacrificing, we've seen this in and even cannibalism, you've seen in tribes and societies throughout antiquity. So, if something is pervasive like that, you have to start asking yourself, like, what is that all about? from an anthropological perspective. Uh, so yeah, it's something about the hemoglobin and the blood, and this is the life giving, and with the DNA. Um, so yeah, that's kind of interesting. Like, how in prehistoric times would they understand anything about DNA? So yeah, it and preserving, yeah, preserving DNA and preserving, maybe this has to do with, because if you go into like ancient Egypt, um there's signs of like experimental, and even if you go into Greek mythology and all of these different mythology, you do have like these hybrid beings, you know, like half man, half horse, half lion. What's also interesting is in some of the, if you look like at these ancient Egypt and these ancient alien historians and things, a lot of the statues, like the head is missing. Well, maybe that was these hybrid things. So I digress again, but it's trying to understand where this is coming from in history, eugenics, and this fascination with the bloodline and the sacrifices with the blood involved. And, you know, this gets into vampires, all of these different myths throughout human history. You know, why is this a theme that repeats itself? Instead of just looking at from the perspective of the horrors, and it's bad because of the horrors that have been done. And one of the main things that has been used throughout history, and I go into it's in here in the slides, is the separation of children from their, you know, their tribes and their mothers. Particularly, you saw this with the indigenous groups in Australia. You saw that with American Indians in the United States. So this is a theme, you know, separating children from their parents in order to condition them, re-educate them, to become Christians. We saw this under the Inquisition, the Catholic Church. So this is, you know, this is something that has been used throughout history. Take the children away from their, you know, family group or their tribe, and re-educate them and re-socialize them to the norms which you want. So that was done by the British, by the Europeans, the colonialists for a long time. This is the same thing that's going on. And Candace Owens, there's a link as well. Later on, this gets into her book stuff with Freud. That you know, this is this reconditioning of the child. I mean, through horrific, you know, sexual abuse, and how that, and these children are told. I mean, this was with the NFL; they were breeding, of course. Does the executive of the NFL know about this? I really don't know. But the within the NFL group, they do have this satanic group of people, and who are actually breeding children in order to become sex slaves and to be used, uh, and trafficked. I mean, it really, 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 really is. When you go in there, you understand why people don't want to get involved in unpleasantness, because it's really dark. And these are people with a lot of power. I mean, that's why I'm sitting here and, you know, barely keep a roof over my head. God, with the the snow, I've been cut again. I mean, God, this month I'll barely make it. I mean, I'm not going to even make rent. Uh, and my credit cards, shit. I mean, I'm just like, I'm sorry, this is ridiculous. This whole thing of, well, no, lack of merit within, this whole affirmative action, um, and filling quotas has produced not only a labor force that is totally incompetent. I mean, private sector and public sector in DC, it's across the board, incompetent, entitled, but hardworking people can't even get a job. Okay, so with the eugenics, I'm not going to play that because we played a lot of that. But this is about the eugenics in America. You do have the link there. I mean, basically, here, eugenicists have attempted to alter the frequency of various human phenotypes by inhibiting the fertility of those considered inferior or promoting that of those considered superior. A lot of either mentally ill. Well, mentally ill, it's like, no, the people outside are crazier than the people locked up. Um, Vagrants or mentally retarded. And I use that sense in the not in a derogatory sense, but those with low IQs and really are not capable of functioning in society. So anyway, and that's been used to, well, they're trash. Get rid of them. They're not productive members of society. They're not contributing to the work. So this justifies us exterminating them, getting rid of them. However, this justification does create a problem for all the white collar workers out there who are sitting on their ass. I mean, I keep on saying since I've been back, I'm like, oh, well, when I was at the IMF, they had me at a seat warming job. And since they've thrown me out there and I've been working in restaurants, they've got me at feet warming jobs. In fact, I'm sick and tired, well, we're not going to promote her. In fact, I'm either a hostess. Oh, then they stick me back in the kitchen with the Latinos. The problem that they have by sticking me in the kitchen, in the hot kitchen, they stuck me in the hot kitchen where the grill is, the real hot stuff. They thought I'd quit, but I'm like, no, I have no option. I'm sticking this one out. Just keep on heat, turning up the heat, and I just keep on collecting evidence. But the problem that they have by thinking that they're going to stick me in the kitchen with the Latinos is I am fluent in Spanish. My ex-husband was Spanish, and I lived in Colombia for 6 years. And even in a letter that's in my divorce, it's in the documents of my divorce. It was a letter that a friend of mine in Bogota sent to me. She's a psychiatrist. But and she said, oh, yeah, I saw, she had seen a mutual friend, and they called me a baraca vieja, an old battle axe that doesn't take shit from anybody. Oh, yeah, so this old battle axe. So anyway, so this is, eugenics. I think most people are familiar with that. The thing is, as I say, the white collar workers who are all sitting around doing nothing. And literally, I mean, even within my own family, with my sister and my brother, I'm like, yeah, see you guys. This is no different than when we were growing up. I mean, it was particularly evident with my older sister. I mean, my older sister, she would always be the manager, telling the younger ones what to do. Yeah, and I was just behind her. I'm the second. So I was kind of like, well, you're not worrying me around. These little toddlers might be buying into your bullshit, but you're not my boss. So as I say, this is the same dynamic of power and control that you can find in any family with lots of children, or in any kindergarten courtyard where they're playing. When they're in class, there is some sort of order there. But see, this is why I'm against homeschooling again, because it is important for. I mean, I used to with the teacher, if she had to go and I'd drop off my kid if she had to go to run an errand or something. She can watch the kids before they all get here, and then they go into the classroom. So I'd hang out, no problem. I'd even sometimes I read to the kids, and they had to be brought in. I'd bring them in. So I always knew. I always went on the field trips. I knew all of the kids in the class, and this is what is important when you're a stay-at-home mom. This is part of being a stay-at-home mom, being involved. Not, I'm going to homeschool. No, I'm going to know all of the kids in my children's class. Now, when we moved back to Madrid, and God, I just, every single day, I want to bang my head against the wall. How I did let my children be alienated. I was so concerned of providing for my family. We're going to get through this, and then I'll get this company started, then we'll move on, and he won't have the power and control. That was precisely, he keeps the power and control by controlling the finance and what income we have, and precarious, and then I keep on pins and needles. Anyway, I digress again. So eugenics, as I say, I'm not going to get into that video. This was pretty funky. And what was really funny, this I encourage you to watch, but I'll just tell you in a nutshell. So it's this, and it's King Edmund, and I can't find exactly which King Edmund it is, because they're not giving enough information when I Googled it. So I'm not finding out exactly who this is. So it's a tomb, and these guys want to scan it. It's with it's sealed. You can't go in there. You can't examine the remains. Why is that? But anyway, so it's sealed. No, you can't disturb it. So they've got all of this technology now, so they can scan it and they can look at everything. Well, first off, the body is much, much shorter than the actual king. It's very, very much documented how tall the king was. He was extremely tall by that, I don't think he got to 6 feet, but almost. That was very, very tall for the times. So the body in there is several feet shorter, than him. So that's not possible. Then also they find there's two skulls at the feet of the body. Now it's not really sure whether one of those skeletons belongs to the body and stuck at the foot, and the other skeleton. So what is supposedly to have happened, and the church, there's somebody from the Vatican there, and they're all upset, and that they're looking at this, and then they're finding it, and the guy gets on the phone, the bishop gets on the phone, and everybody's upset at the Vatican, and send, and this has to be covered up. So apparently what happened was there was some sort of ritual, satanic ritual, that was done to the king, and they cut out his heart when they killed him. So they couldn't present his body, and they needed another body. So they, took a peasant, a plebeian, white trash. They brought him in. Who cares about him? Nobody will ask about him. And they killed him. They used that body, and it was all very quick, bury him up. You'll see this with the royalty or nobility. It's why was the burial so quick? Because normally that's not the case. It's very ceremony. So they, this is where they had to have the skulls in there, and also behind the tomb there was this secret room where the heart. This is how the whole thing about the heart being cut out, the heart was like mummified, was preserved, but nowhere in any of the plans of the church or anything did you see that there was this room there. So it was like the secret room and enclosed there. And it was done, apparently they said the embalming was done with mercury, which wouldn't have really been used at the time. It was a very dangerous substance, and I've heard this before, so they didn't use it. So there were a lot of, but this is where, this was some sort of satanic ritual, and the king was sacrificed. And so that was what was interesting about that whole thing. Again, I'm not clear. I mean, I have on Ancestry.com, I have a lot of the family trees that I've been looking at with getting into the royalty. And I mean, that's a whole huge project. First, it would be helpful if I had enough money to pay for a membership that I didn't have to do it all manually, because it's really long. But it's a lot of information, but it is necessary to sift, as I say. If I could get Ian Carroll to put together one of those things that he has done for like the airplanes and how it goes around the world and all the connections, that's what needs to be done together. And you can see how all of these connections are working throughout, from generation to generation, and identify. I mean, it's like, what was it, pre-crime or something? It's not pre-crime because they're already involved, but this way you can trace who and identify, okay, this one needs to be looked into. No, that's going to be okay. This one here. See what I mean? So this is another article that's interesting to look into. The Third Reich, the Witches of the Reich, the dimension of female mysticism in Nazi ideology. Third Reich showed two positions towards women who were interested in the sector or the spiritual area. Maybe that should be arena. On the one hand, some forms of mysticism were incorporated into the nationalist and racial narrative of the regime. On the other hand, women who were linked to independent spiritual movements were often looked at with a good deal of skepticism and at times persecuted. The Salem witch trials that I've discussed in the past with I think it's Wilcox family. Well, there's a Foreign Service expert of the Wilcox family here in DC who ignored like the whole thing. I'm like, wait a second, somebody should be asking their questions about Tim Mellon and why Bobby Kennedy's staffers like sabotaged his possibilities of winning. I mean, come on, this is make sure Trump gets into power, because Bobby Kennedy, he's going to be harder to control than Charlie Kirk. Hell of a lot. I mean, Bobby Kennedy, no, you're not going to be able to control Bobby. And Bobby's not a perfect person by any means, but I think just like Charlie Kirk, and in fact, I'm like, Bobby, freaking hell. I contact Morgan and Morgan, the company, his partners, when I got fired because I'm supporting Bobby Kennedy's campaign, and I get fired from my job, but Morgan and Morgan doesn't want to help me because I represent white privilege and I've been offered up as a sacrificial lamb. See? I mean, so I could say, oh, Bobby's just a sellout and Bobby's involved in all of this, or I could be like, well, Bobby might not know, which I think is the case. I mean, Amaryllis Fox, I think she's a honeypot. She was CIA. You don't leave the CIA. Oh, come on. And then she met her husband, Bobby's son, his first son, at one of these like retreats, like, kumbaya bullshit of which is this is no different than all of these cult, satanic, religious stuff that's going on. It's just gone on in the secular arena. Um, and I mean, they become new churches and evangelical bullshit within the development community. It's all a house of cards and nothing but Ponzi scheme after Ponzi scheme after Ponzi scheme. Let's see. I think I have it at the part that I wanted with Baron Coleman stuff, but I love when he goes off about Lori Cardoza more. She's crazy. She's crazy. And see, this is exactly what needs to be done. He's like, wait a second, she's in my community and she's on the textbook, the committee of the textbook in this community. That woman needs to be off of that, board. She's crazy. See, this is what is needed to be done. People in the local community to start going, wait a second, who's this person over in the PTA? Who's this person on the board of the textbook people? Who's this person in the Chamber of Commerce? Who are all of these people that in our courts, the file clerks who are working in tandem with a bunch of con artists to use our courts in order to extort and harass and terrorize people like they did in the Mitch Snow case? Nobody's looked at what was really happening in the Mitch Snow case. Oh, no, he's a wife beater. He's a wife beater. And Candace is like, well, I don't care what happened in the past. Well, no, he wasn't a wife beater. This is defamation. And also his child is being sexually abused by the ex-wife. He's trying to liberate his son. Now, I agree what his son is going through and has gone through does not reach the tort and the gravity of Sasha Riley. But that doesn't mean that I'm not concerned about the child. Same thing is with Andy Biggs' case and his grandchildren. Cosette's 3 daughters. The father just appointed Chancellor of Dracul in Europe. What's going on there? I have, go on the website of this, Commonwealth of Dracul. They even have their own constitution. You can hear him. I have it in the slide, the link there, when he's, being sworn in. This man sounds like he's doped up. So, stop producing books. Stop. Look what's going on. Look what's going on. When nobody in the community gives a shit. They're too busy in shopping malls or in their country clubs or having their extramarital affairs or jet setting off to Cancun or wherever, People have got to start, and this goes beyond, because the religious people are just as bad as the secular human rights people. So here, I'm already an hour and 20 minutes into this, so I won't play this, but you do have the slides, and this is worth looking at. Oh, I didn't go into Barron. Let's look at him. Hold on.
Hey, Mr. Commissioner, everything in here is accurate. Can you please sign it? Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? But I want to just capture this and set it aside. I want to remind you of the nature of this, and then I want to go back and play a few clips from her December 3rd speech, the day this letter was delivered, because you recall right here, it says, this is in response to your letter of December 3, 2025. So what was she doing on December 3, 2025? Who else was around her? We're going to talk about that in a minute, such that the response letter came back to her the next day. So let's get into who was around her first. I'll show you this. Because there were 2 people at this appearance on December 3rd. You'll recognize that guy right there. Do you know who that is? That's Scott Bessent. the Trade Secretary, Tariffs, Trade, and Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. Or I guess that's the topic. The Tariffs, Trade, and Treasury is the topic of the conversation. U.S. Secretary of the Treasury and acting IRS Commissioner.
Scott Bessent.
Scott.
79th Treasury Secretary of the United States is here, Scott Bessent.
That's all I want to play from it. I don't want to play any other clips. It's the most boring conversation ever. Yes, sacrificing for you, ladies and gentlemen. I watched all 40 minutes of it. It was horrible. Not because he's horrible, just because it was boring. I can't imagine wanting to watch that. I can't imagine anybody putting that on the internet and saying, yeah, everybody should watch this. It's great. No, it's terrible. Why? Because who wants to watch 40 minutes of tariff conversation and trade deals? If that's your thing, it's on the internet. Go look for it. He did a fine job. It's like dull as dishwater. So I just want to point out, though, he was there at the exact same day that Erica Kirk was there. I have here her appearance, and we are going to take a look at a few clips from her appearance. Actually, I need to get my run of show out of the way so I can find the clip length here. There we go. I want you to see the intro they had her walk out to. It's pretty wild. This is pretty nuts, actually. If you oh, not that one. Okay. I don't know why I can't get that to go back. There. Here is the intro they had her walk out to. All right, I can't. I got to kill the music because it's probably copyrighted and whatever. This looked like it was going to be like an unbelievably hard-hitting interview, and there were some decent questions in there, but it was just a weird intro, I think. And here's what she walked up to. She's wearing a cape. I don't know why she's wearing a cape. I couldn't pull off the cape look. I've thought about it. I've even thought, I know there are people who wear capes. Obviously, she's got one on. Like Superman wore a cape. Batman wore a cape. Counts in the older days, they also wore capes. I've never worn a cape. I don't own a cape. But these are interesting times, ladies and gentlemen. So she wears the cape. She goes with the cape look. And that's okay. It was not an Elvis suit, so it's an upgrade from what she would be wearing a few weeks later. Now, I will put this in context. The Amfest appearance was on December, I want to say 15th or 16th, somewhere in there. The Amfest appearance, that was the gold blazer, the gold sequin blazer. That was later. That was where they brought out the rap star. I can't think of her name right now. This just shows you my age. The only female rap star I can think of right now is Missy Elliott. I'm old. I can't help it. Oh gosh, what was that woman's name? Anyway,
I'm even older.
Not Cardi B. Who is the? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Nikki something. Someone said Nikki. Yeah. And I do think that's right. All right. Let me fast forward to the sections I want to play here.
Nicki
and I
Minaj.
want to set it up this way when I get there. There is.
It was Nicki Minaj. I mean, I was like sitting there going, "What happened here? Like, this is supposed to be some Christian, evangelical Christian, like Tammy Baker. Could you imagine?" I mean, that was surreal. What the frick was that woman doing up on the stage? I'm like,
there's a question that's been circulating. Nicki Minaj, that's it. There's a question that's been circulating that I've not heard her directly address. Congrats to Aaron Sorkin for asking the question. And I thought it was an excellent question. He basically, and I'll let you listen to it here, but he basically says, hey, you have gone around telling everybody that that they should have children, start a family, if they need to put off their career in order to do it, that's fine. How do you justify that contradiction between that position and what you've done here, taking over TPUSA? I think it's a legitimate question. And I'm glad he asked it because no one else seems to have wanted to ask the question. And I think it's important. I don't want to watch these clips any more than anybody else. I see you guys in the chat saying it. I don't want to watch Erica Kirk clips any more than anybody else. But here's why I think it's important. We are trying to diagnose two things. One, who neutralized Charlie Kirk? Who was in on it? Who knew about it? We might be able to get some insight into statements made by TPUSA insiders, including their new CEO, Erica Kirk, by things that were said before and after the event. So that's one. Number two is we have to diagnose where TPUSA is going. And question two will get into exactly why we have to diagnose. It's basically being assumed it's the new Republican Party. That's basically the setup of the second clip I'm going to play. Yeah, I'm going to collect this $10,000. Don't worry about that. It's basically the second clip I'm going to play. It's the setup is TPUSA is the new Republican Party. What is your plans for it? So let me get all things in due time. Let me get there. It's important we go through and listen to this. But this is a question that I have not heard her yet answer.
Really loved that. He loved it.
I got a question for you on that topic, which is I work with a number of fabulous female reporters. We were talking about this interview coming up.
Okay.
And
I work with a number of fabulous reporters. I mean, God, could you kiss ass anymore?
they said, they wanted me to ask you this actually, because you've urged, as he has, women not to delay building families.
I beg your pardon?
You've urged women not to delay
Yes.
having families.
Right.
And you talked about serving your husband.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, he served me also. He would ask, how can I serve you? We would ask it to each other.
and a number of them said, ask her, please ask her how you think about your career. And now that you're going to be taking over Turning Point
Mhm.
and balancing family
Mhm.
and what your view is of that.
Mhm. No, it's
All right. It was a good question. It was asked very poorly. No offense to Aaron Sorkin. Maybe he's awestruck by being in the room with Erica Kirk. I don't know. I mean, just spit it out. Hey, you tell people to prioritize family over career. You just took on a monster job.
This whole thing of being awestruck by being on a podium, that is so anti-American. That is so elitist. It just, this is what all of our soldiers were supposedly fighting and dying for the past 250 years almost. See, this is, Starkey Farmstead does this as well. Oh, they're the ruling elite. They're not like us. They're not like us. Like, yeah, they are. Everybody, who was it? I forget who came up with that. I think it maybe have been Churchill. But yeah, they put their pants on one leg at a time. I mean, you strip them of all their wealth and all of their privilege, and they're no different than anybody else on this planet. Some of them are smarter than others. No different.
A job that, by the way, resulted in the death of your husband. Like there are a million ways to ask this question. I don't know why the hesitancy. Why so difficult? I understand that he's a lunatic. He's a far lefty, and he's probably struggling with asking a woman, why are you not staying consistent to the values you've espoused? You've said family is more important than work. You've encouraged other women to eschew work instead in favor of family. Are you a hypocrite? I mean, that's the question he's asking.
Yeah.
Are you a hypocrite? I mean, he wouldn't even have to say anything else. He could have said, good evening, Miss Kirk. Are you a hypocrite?
Well, this is the question that I have for Candace Owens, for, all of these Riley Gaines, Isabella Brown. I contacted her when I saw, she was like, trad wife. And I mean, y'all want a role model for that. It's me. I mean, I gave up my career and well, I didn't give it up. I walked away from the bullshit. I was like, this is really like to spend your life running around trying to whether it was in politics or the financial markets, it just was like, I was like, this is so useless. And I mean, I loved being a stay-at-home mom. I loved being the trad wife, the trophy wife, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I was the most liberated person in the world. I had time to take care of my children. I didn't have to worry about, the finances, because I know he's got a 6-figure salary. We have more than enough. I'm the one who's controlling the purse strings, more or less. Now, this is another thing. I mean, to this day, I have not gotten the financial accounting of all of our finances the time that we were married. This is my property. I mean, this whole thing of, well, just shut up. These are, oh, you don't matter. You don't matter. I mean, I've got this all the time from the white privilege. Oh, well, you don't matter. You're just a stupid idiot. Like, we went to school together. I'm smarter than any of you people, so stop calling me stupid. I've done my homework. So, stop with the bullshit. But, the thing is even all of these trad wife propagandists with all of their platforms and stuff, they should be like, oh my God. Because if Erica Kirk, I mean, yeah, she's sitting pretty with millions of dollars because of all of the money that, you know, I agree with Baron Coleman. Charlie Kirk shouldn't, you know, he was earning a shitload. He was earning in the millions. You shouldn't be earning that type of money as the head of a nonprofit. So if this had been a, you know, a situation where her husband had been earning what he should have been earning, well, yeah, she hadn't been sitting on that life insurance policy, and that only came because she was CEO. Well, she would be in a situation like me. Well, her kids are young, so it would have been worse for her. You know, so you would think all of these widows or divorcees or even these young women who are giving up, whether it be Meghan McCain, you know, Candace Owens or anything, saying, wait a sec, am I renouncing my parental rights by going out to the workplace? Because that's what they've done. They're playing into the hand of the feminists. They have renounced their parental rights. They have renounced their rights as citizens, as property owners. Oh, these little girls are so greedy and just drinking the Kool-Aid and passing out the Kool-Aid. They really dug a hole for themselves.
That's all he had to say. I'm not saying she is or isn't. Let's let her answer.
It's a great question. It's actually a very thoughtful question.
Yeah, we know it's a great question. I mean, answer the question. Don't compliment the questioner. That just means you don't like the question.
Yeah.
I grew up with a mother who is an entrepreneur, who's her and I. My parents got divorced when I was very young, when I was 5. And I saw that as a...
I mean, I grew up with a mother who was an entrepreneur. I mean, this is like the new talking point. When I was growing up, like, nobody's mom was an entrepreneur. Now, and entrepreneur, they all have a beauty product line, or another is like luxury infant wear, baby wear for you know, the babies, which, my God, I'm like, oh, please get out the garlic, keep that away from the babies. I mean, these babies can't move in those things. It's like, you know, like so Victorian era bullshit. It's not even funny. So that's another thing. Entrepreneur and philanthrope. If you ever see that in the title of any of these people, you can know they need to be investigated.
Blueprint. So that does not scare me, being a single mom, if you will, now, and running a company. There really is no such thing as balance. There's always going to be a give and take. But what this grieving process has taught me is that there is really no blueprint of what I'm going through. It's really a one-of-one type of situation. And it's interesting because when you view how pain can be morphed into a form of purpose that you see will outlive you, again, it puts into perspective that this isn't about me. This isn't about my life. This is about the legacy my husband left behind, but it's also about how...
Now, this is, again, sorry, I'm getting something to eat. My blood pressure's going down. This was, again, how she's talking about how pain is good for you. And it helps you process or whatever. But it was the same thing that she was saying, and I've had this clip, and I've played this clip several times. It's the same, you know, pain is good for you, but it was the clip where she was talking about adoption and foster care and CPS, and how some of these kids going through adoption were not getting into good homes, but that was just, you know, part of it. It helped them in the end. Now, they're not good homes, and she knows about this, and this gets into the, you know, I'm sorry, the Romanian angels, they were trafficking. This, if she's not involved, and then she finds out that what she was involved in was trafficking, you would think she would be on top of it. So it's another, you know, piece of the puzzle and evidence saying, what's going on here with TPUSA, Erica Kirk, and the assassination, the whole kit and caboodle.
We're fighting the good fight for our country. And when it comes to career, I will be fully transparent. I was fully bought into the boss babe. I mean, I lived in Manhattan. Charlie essentially plucked me out of the New York City orbit and was like, no, I have a healthier way of viewing things. And
hey, real quickly, does anyone know what she did in New York City? I mean, quick show of hands. Does anyone can answer that question? What did she do to produce an income in New York City? Because I'm struggling on that. I heard she was a real estate agent. I've not heard of any long list of real estate deals she was involved in. I'm having trouble identifying what this boss babe was doing in New York City. Who was she boss babing?
Yeah. This is the thing. I mean, her getting into real estate in New York City, highly doubtful. That would be on a resume. And I mean, she's like Miss America from Arizona. Going to go to New York to do real estate. I doubt it. Just logically, she would have made more money staying as Miss America in Arizona. I mean, she's going to big competition there. It does make sense. So that does make sense. I believe there's also timeline. Was this after Miss America? I believe it probably was. This would have been on that. When did Erica Kirk? Okay, let's see. When? Miss America. So 2012, did she go to New York City after? I know everybody's like, oh, I don't do the chat GPT or whatever, or not chat GPT, this AI stuff. I don't trust that. I'm like, no, I do it all the time. Let me do some fact checking real quick. Because fact checking is kind of like Wikipedia. It is valuable. I mean, you do have to go in and look at some of the stuff. Afterwards, let's see if you can see this. Yeah. Check out that what he's telling you is, just like with Wikipedia, just like any place else. So yes, Erica, she was Miss Arizona in 2012, moved to New York City after her pageant career and lived there for several years. During her time in New York, she pursued several ventures. She launched her faith-based clothing brand, Proclaim Streetwear, and her Bible study movement, Bible in 365, from her New York apartment. Oh gosh, okay, yeah, you're typical, as I said, you see on their entrepreneur, philanthropic, and you add debutante, Miss whatever, or let's see, they're using it, the debutante balls, the Miss America, and there's another. They use all sorts of it, within working groups and stuff, but they're all of these elitist stuff. That's what's, and then I have my streetwear, my fashion brand, just like Gloria Vanderbilt. I have my fresh fashion brand. However, I'm a good Christian. I'm branding myself as a Christian. So I do this Bible study movement, and we get together and we discuss, supposedly. And I get a whole bunch of money from some sponsor to do this stuff. And we have tea or coffee, or maybe it's a wine event or whatever. But I'm sure she got lots of funding for that. And her fashion wear. Well, I got a big problem with the whole fashion industry and how they are exploiting. I mean, this, like with Ralph Lauren, I think he was the first to be like exploiting indigenous population intellectual property, because all of their patterns on their fabrics, their different jewelry and everything, that is intellectual property. These people should be getting a royalty from that. No, it's exploiting. I mean, he exploited the American Indians as much as his stuff is made in Colombia and Medellin. That gets me into the problems of Medellin and all of Colombia. Spanion he does when he goes to visit Medellin. Take a look at that. It explains the problems there. Oh, so it says she worked, the Corcoran Group. Okay. She worked as a real estate agent in the Corcoran Group. I forget who, but I think I know that some blonde, the Corcoran Group. Okay. Yep, Barbara Corcoran. I knew it. I knew that. Yep, yep, yep. I knew. Oh, she's in the whole little Trump crowd. Yeah, social climbing, whole Trump crowd. Yeah, see, this is like the Mayflower madam of the Biddle family. They package it up in all sorts of different things, but these are the high end clients, the wealthy. We're going to turn a blind eye till we know what's going on there. So okay, yeah, effectively see the real estate, but see, working for the Corcoran Group, yeah, I'm sure she showed some people some apartments and stuff like that, but that's just like going to work for these modeling agencies. Always going to have pretty young girls in there. Some of them are involved in, some are in escort service, or, she found her niche with some Bible study stuff and found some way to make some money there. Okay. So that's 2012. She meets Charlie in 2018. So it's not clear exactly what year she moved to New York, but I assume it, as I say, Trump, she meets Trump and Miss USA pageant stuff. Then she goes to New York. She becomes part of that whole Trump crowd, which is the Epstein crowd. See, this is why there is no political divide between the Republicans and the Democrats, because they're all a bunch of lecherous frat boys with zipper problems, pedophiles, con artists. I mean, you name it. And it's in the private sector as much as the public sector. So again, as I say, we're running short on time, or I'm running. I've gone on long on all of these things that I still have lots of stuff to get through. So I'll leave that there. You can listen to that, just like the eugenics. I am trying to raise awareness and inform people. Nobody wants to be informed. I'm just like, don't shoot the messenger, you guys. I didn't create this situation. I'm just exposing what's going on and what we got to do. And I know it is very unpleasant, and nobody wants to be involved in any unpleasantness, but it is what it is. Oh, gosh, I think I have my slides. Yeah, I'm on my slides. Okay, so let's take a look at what Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson, within this whole ecosystem of the podcasters covering the Charlie Kirk investigation, and Tucker Carlson has kind of stayed in the sidelines on that, but it is all involved with what he's exposing. But once again, Tucker Carlson, okay, fine, you're exposing all of this stuff, but excuse me, the little witches, your wife, your trad wife, who we hope can cook, because other than that, what does she know how to do? Then, or Erica Kirk and Megyn Kelly. You surround yourself with those type of women, and this is, and then you get all of your experts. See, this is the typical managerial problem. No, you surround yourself with a bunch of bimbo women. I don't care if they're right or left. Yeah. Oh, one's got a career. I mean, really, you think Megyn Kelly is any more intelligent than your wife? You think that Erica Kirk is any different than your wife? I don't know. I mean, excuse me, social climbing gold diggers, all of them, all of them. So, and we want to get in the competition, the mommy wars and stuff with Susan Andrews. Well, her son is working for JD Vance. I have no idea. I'm worried sick about my sons. Spain, the economy, bonjour. I don't know anything about them. It was the 2016. I mean, my ex thought that Hillary Clinton was going to win. My mom thought Hillary Clinton was going to win. Everybody was in an uproar that Hillary Clinton would win, and then I'd be given a voice and come in and clean up all of the courts. I mean, they were reading. I mean, the whole thing was ludicrous. You can ask my siblings. That's a whole long story for the book. I was like, these idiots. Oh, and then we get my cousin. Oh, my cousin from a Wilcox family coming from Louisiana to give her 2 cents. Oh my God. If ever in my life I was propelled to violence, I mean, scratch their eyes out. My mother and my cousin on that whole thing. So anyway, I'm done. I'm done. All of your, I don't care if it's the anti-feminist, the feminist, all of your wives, all of you podcasters, everybody, ignore me. Go ahead, ignore me. Ignore Q. Yeah, this is what cracks me up. I'm like, wait a second. Am I Q? I mean, this is the funny thing. I'm like, well, no, Q. This is also, who is Q? I've been turning around on that for what is this, over a decade now. Who is Q in QAnon? Now, it might be Michael Flynn. Might be. Just a thought. But I'm fascinated. This is like the biggest mystery. I mean, it doesn't matter too much who it is, because what's more important is the information coming out. But with my name Q, and I'm exposing the same stuff, yet nobody's ever contacted me about this whole thing, I'm just sitting there going, okay, like, it's not, definitely not the Me Too. Yeah. So anyway, it does keep me scratching my head. But okay, I digress. Here we go to Tucker Carlson.
What's happening in the United States is a wholesale change of who lives here. New York City in 1950 was 90% white. Chicago in 1950 was 86% white. Philadelphia, over 80%. Los Angeles, 94% white. Detroit, Michigan, 84% white. Baltimore, 76% white. That was 1950. Here are the numbers today. Baltimore, 27% white. Detroit, about 10% white. Los Angeles, about 37% white now. Philadelphia, 36%. Chicago, less than 30%. And New York City is now around 30% white. The Great Replacement is not only real, it's the realest thing there is. What's happening in the United States is a wholesale change of who lives here. New York City in 1950 was 90% white. Chicago in 1950 was 86% white. Philadelphia, over 80%. Los Angeles, 94% white. Detroit, Michigan, 84% white. Baltimore, 76% white. That was 1950. Here are the numbers today. Baltimore, 27% white. Detroit, about 10% white. Los Angeles, about 37% white now. Philadelphia, 36%. Chicago, less than 30%. And New York
City. Okay, yeah, so made the point. But the thing is like, well, excuse me, Tucker. Yeah, okay. And what you gonna do about it? I keep on saying, drain the swamp. I got all of these cases and stuff to drain the swamp. Yet I can't find a lawyer to help me because I represent white privilege. And I mean, I keep on saying, you guys, what's going on with America First Legal and Stephen Miller? I've been contacting them. If they were good faith, then they would be helping me drain the swamp. I mean, my case against the IMF, the little ladies over at the IMF. First, there's the IMF Family Association. So you can say, oh, a bunch of damn bimbo social climbing bitches who have come to the country to cash in. Yes, we agree. Okay. But then Sharmini Curry and the entire Institute for Capacity Development, I mean, bullshit. That's perfect case. And particularly when you get all of the white European men, who are in there. I mean, the one who has really hung himself out to dry is Mark Lewis, the head of ICD, General Partnerships. That's getting the money. He had been res rep in Turkey. Now he's over at the World Justice Project, getting money there. I mean, that man just keeps digging and digging and digging and digging. His and his wife, because his wife is a Turkish immigrant, he just keeps on digging their graves. Screw you all. I mean, and so in ICD, I mean, it was flagrant. You had, I mean, Adrian Thapa, she's Indian. Okay, she was bullying everybody, but she just, oh Lord, when she picked a fight with me over the whole thing of rite of passage in the coffee shop downstairs from the office, I told everybody, oh God, you guys, you people just cannot dig your graves deep enough, can you? I mean, that whole thing, I'm like sitting here, if I had a script for Hollywood or for the courts, I couldn't have done a better job of the little bitch, you know, Muslim Hindu, because it gets Sri Lanka. I mean, it was mainly the Hindu group, because Adrian Thapa's Hindu. I'm not really sure Sharmini Curry, if she's Muslim or Hindu. But she acts like a Hindu. Because see, the thing is one of the issues with the Hindu is you have the mediation process. You see this with the Quakers everywhere. You see that, and that is documented, Life of Law by Laura Nader, how the mediation process has eroded the rights of litigants in the court systems. But you see this time and time again with all of these different groups. Indians and the Hindus are, again, and this is why you have such a stratified society. And with the modernization, I mean, they've gone shit show worse than the Americans on the concentration of wealth. So, you know, this brings it out in what's going on in the Middle East and those bitches, and how the Muslims and the Hindus, they're just here sitting pretty. Oh, they want money. Oh, the men in our countries, and the men in our countries are just horrible to us. Horrible. That's why we're coming to the West, to be free and get on a podium and get lots and lots of money for dispersing propaganda. I mean, this gets into Amal Clooney with her Clooney Foundation for Justice. She's from the barrister firm in England, something Chambers, something. It was the same that Keir Starmer is with. This is like a modern progressive barrister firm. Anyway, you can go LinkedIn. There's the article on Amal Clooney explains the whole thing. But it's like, I'm sorry, you men, declining about this, the great replacement. Yet, first off, just look at Trump's administration. America first, and you got a bunch of foreigners, starting with your wife in there? Yeah, bullshit all the way. So, and then let's listen to Tucker Carlson on Be Safe.
I would just say something that I know everyone will hate me for, but I think I have the right to say it. I know I do. This obsession with safety, physical safety.
Yeah.
Be safe, have a safe trip. I feel like it's a first cousin to narcissism. You think your life's that important? You think someone's going to visit your grave in 100 years, that your name will be known? Come on, dude, get some perspective on yourself. Everything about us will be forgotten except by God. I've seen some crazy stuff happen, absolutely crazy, including life or death stuff. And you're like, well, why did this person not die? Or why did this person die? Or why did I not die? Or whatever. And then you know that it's all a lie. There's no such thing as safety. There's only destiny. I would just say something that I know everyone will hate me for, but I think I have the right to say it. I know I do.
Agree with him. You know, I mean, I came to terms with that in Spain. Amnesty International said I have 1/4% chance of survival. And the thing is, you know, my poor sons, I just, you know, everybody I know, you're evil. You're evil. I mean, you know, taking pleasure in my plight and my separation from my sons and me being unable to protect them from their father, and I mean, and then taking pleasure from it. That's evil. And then you talk about, oh, the concentration camp. See, this is why we will have exterminations. And you know, we do have genocides. And it's all going on under the watchful eye of people like Tucker Carlson and his wife and Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens and all of the people who are looking to make money off of the continuing concentration of wealth and privilege and injection of money into this system that, you know, keeps them living in mansions. On Tucker Carlson, I've been sending him emails and, you know, on Twitter and stuff for years, and his brother. So they just want to ignore me. Okay, fine. But when it comes time to pay the piper, I don't want to hear him complaining about his children not being able to find jobs, he and his wife facing legal problems, completely bankrupt. You know, it is what it is. This is what I've been hearing from you all for almost 20 years. I mean, I didn't make the rules. Really, I didn't. You know, I said from I mean, goddamn bitch, Nicole King in Marbella, she was there in Madrid when I said, you fuck with me, I'll fuck with you, and you fuck with my kids, and I'll really fuck with you. I mean, it's taken me hours and hours. Yeah, I don't go out, I don't do anything. All of my money is spent on keeping a roof over my head and enough, you know, internet connectivity, buying books, trying to find out what's going on, how do I make, I don't even care about myself anymore. It's just, how can I assure that my sons don't end up in another world war, or, you know, in some Orwellian future that either they have to become evil themselves to survive. I mean, this is where we're getting down to the crux of it, and what the mommy wars are all about. You know, the control. All of these women, whether they're the feminist or the anti-feminist, what they want is this Orwellian future where power and control, you know, keeps on going, and you know, you have a revolving door. Some people will get thrown off, some people will come in, but it'll, you know, the system will be maintained, and we'll you know, it'll feed egos. This is where it is this collective. I mean, this is where Elizabeth April is right. It is this collective, and even within the scientific community, the like positive energy versus negative energy in the collective, and whether it, you know, this is the power of the devil or the power of God. I mean, however you want to, Jesus Christ, God, you know, of good, but this good versus evil, that, you know, I was kind of always like, bullshit. You know, some Christian babble you guys come up with. And there is a lot of that, but yeah, that part's true. So anyway, we you know, as I say, this removal of children from caring societies, or also these indigenous tribes that did, how shall I say it, were pagan. I mean, that's what they used to call them. These pagan tribes that were Christianized. But it was Christianized by a Catholic Church that was oppressive. And so, like the Germanic, what I was seeing, it's like, wait a second, the Germanic tribes that the Nazis were, and traditions and culture of the Germanic tribes that the Nazis were trying to protect and defend, and they're going in to the occult and the satanic. Well, because before your pagan tribes, not all of their rituals were satanic, but they did, you know, they had the gods. You had the god of the earth, god of the water, you know, the different. So they did pray to those gods, just like people pray to the one God. So the only, you know, you had the good and the evil there still going on. So, you know, we've got to learn from all of this stuff to stop repeating it. But what the Germanic tribes were doing was exactly what the indigenous tribes in Australia or the United States were doing. It was that colonial Catholic structure, if you will, that had invaded Australia and all of the Americas, and that we're trying to Christianize. We've got to make these people into good Christians. Well, you know, this was in Colin Turnbull's book. One of the missionaries said, well, no, I'm not, and this was a tribe in Africa. He said, well, no, I'm not going to treat them Christianity, because I have to first teach them that there's good and evil. They don't know. These people live a good life. I'm going to have to introduce the concept of good and evil into this tribe in order to make them good Christians. They're already good Christians. So, you know, this whole thing of protecting, and you know, I am as much for protecting the American colonial English heritage of the United States, because that's what made this country's, you know, strong and great. And also that's my heritage. And I know that's where my strength has come from. And I've seen how when you take that out of whether it be within my immediate family or anybody else, when they choose the path of the Catholics, or choose the path of the Zionist Jews, or choose the path of the Muslims and the Hindus that I know here in the United States who have picked fights with me, you know, it's all the same. And we're just fighting. It's just a fight between good and evil. And, you know, to protect, this is the United States. You know, like, I mean, I keep on pointing out, I'm like, wait a second, you guys. Are you advocating for equal representation of white people in Asia or Africa or India? No, not at all. In fact, look at South Africa and the genocide against the whites that's going on there. Stop being such freaking hypocrites. So yeah, see, the core objectives of removal policies was cultural assimilation. The primary intent was to civilize indigenous people by separating children from their traditional influences. The philosophy was often summarized by the phrase, kill the Indian, save the man. Land dispossession. By weakening indigenous family and community ties, these policies helped governments dispossess indigenous people of their land and resources. Eradication of identity. Children were frequently prohibited from speaking their native languages, practicing their religions, or wearing traditional clothes. We saw this in Catalonia under Franco. In many cases, their names were changed to English or French ones. Or cracked me up in the case of Marianne Seigart, which had been singer when they got to, the family got to England, and she said, I guess this was her mother, was, like, felt like an outcast, because when she would say Seigart, oh, German. They had changed it from singer to Seigart, so it would be more politically correct and not, Jewish or German. Then they go to England, particularly World War II, German. Yeah, see how like moving the lounge chairs on the deck of the Titanic is not a winning game. So these are different regional histories of child removal. This is what AI gave me. So those are just some of the examples. We had federal Indian boarding schools. Oh, well, CPS, all of the foster care. It's the same traditions, the institutions. I mean, they have been doing this forever. Okay, so again, this was an interesting video that, given the time, I'm not going to, go through, but it does explain a lot of because basically what happened was, this is prehistory. I think it was like 7,000 BC or so, that Europe, and really Eurasia, was invaded. And there was also an invasion of Neanderthals, and that would have been farther back, but they really eradicated. I mean, you talk about your genocide, and cannibalism and all sorts of crap. That was real bad. So, but this would have been then later. These are just amongst the Homo sapiens, but the prehistoric war that killed 95% of all men in Europe. I think it's mainly Central Europe, but I'm not sure exactly, because I think this is also why it's in the Basque region. I think it's this invasion group, that the Basques, they, like, even linguistics, they can't figure out where the language came from, because it is not, has nothing to do with Latin. Is totally different from all of the other languages, which are usually Latin. They're either Germanic based or Latin based in Europe. And then they looked at the DNA and stuff, and what it appears that they were the only people that really were protected from the invasion at this time. And, well, the men particularly, because the women, the children and the old women were killed. The young women were taken off. Guess what they were taken off for? Yeah. So you reproduce, and this is how you this is another way that society, a group of people is taken over and eradicated. And that's why the women's bloodline is important and was important to the Nazis, because a lot of your culture, this comes into the nurture or nature, is the cultural aspect of a group of people through the socialization of their young, or is it transmitted through blood? And this is where the cult and the witches and the Nazis were, and a lot of the alt-right, but I'm finding that in the left as well. But anyway, all of these people, it's through blood. I mean, I'm like, no, it's through socialization. I'm convinced of that. I'm like, no, and if you start looking it into everybody's DNA, we're all pretty much mixed up. So these purebloods, there are very few of them. And in fact, when you get into too pure blood, you start seeing all sorts of genetic deformations. So that's not good either. So anyway, as I say, apparently the Basque people, that's why they were protected, but all the rest of Europe really was completely annihilated by wars. It wasn't, and this was worse than, any of the plagues or anything, natural disasters that that caused, great populations to fall. So anyway, that was very interesting. So, this also brought up, there was all of these Jews, all of the Black people looking at reparations for slavery, in this case for genocide or for slavery. Now, the group seeking reparations for genocide, Jewish organizations. Again, this is AI. The Conference on Jewish Material Claims Against Germany, that was formed in 1952, 23 organizations to seek redress for Holocaust victims. I mean, those would be primarily the Jewish people, but don't forget, the Jewish people weren't the only one targeted. Academia was targeted, and oh Lord, now I understand, with all of the goddamn academians in the universities across the U.S. who are churning out reports of where are the problems, but they only care about their careers and getting tenure and their money. I mean, the academians are worse than the bankruptcy building billionaires. Because at least the bankruptcy building billionaires, they're not as hypocritical. I mean, I'm sorry. The liberals, I've always been a liberal, but what you people are promoting is not liberalism. It's worse than anything the fascist Nazi alt-right is doing. Because at least they're honest. Well, sometimes. They're more overt in their cover-ups. Let's just put it up that way. Okay, so to date it has distributed 80 billion in reparations. Well, see, the thing is the feminists, and we have this documented, and I have covered this in other videos and all sorts of reports. The feminists, they have completely eroded women's rights within the home and family and in the dissolution. This whole thing about alimony. I mean, don't even get me started on patriotic dad. Is it called patriotic dad? Oh God, he really is an abuser. So yeah, I mean, the thing is, you work for somebody for 10, 20, 30 years and you don't get a salary, and then all of a sudden, no, all of the money is mine, the house is mine, because it was my salary that was earning it, and I don't owe you shit, diddly squat, and you're not going to be a parasite on me, and I'm going to have to pay you alimony. Excuse me, you leave a job. All these people who leave, I mean, all of these journalists, when they leave and they negotiate tens of millions of dollars of deals of leaving, excuse me, you're not going to work for the people anymore, but you're getting all this money to leave? Oh, but this is what I could potentially earn if they didn't fire me, and I'm going to, excuse me? What do you think all of this alimony and division of assets is about? I mean, when I got into the Spanish courts, and one could claim, oh, that's Spain, oh, they don't have, their laws are not as advanced as the Westerns, they're a third world country. I mean, all the bullshit that I've gotten from the State Department and everybody else, bullshit. Their Constitution is 200 years older than the American Constitution. It is utopian. It incorporates the International Human Rights Conventions into it. The rights of women within the home and marriage are clearly stated in the Civil Code. I mean, what is ludicrous is that I have not been able to find any lawyers or anybody, feminists. I mean, they all want to shut me up instead of helping me. See, this just exposes their bad faith. And they have produced women in home and family all of the rights that were how shall I say, that were earned, that were fought for, that were accorded to women throughout centuries within the home and family, which is where, you know, their right to property, their right to an income, their custodial rights over their children. I mean, these are the fundamental rights. These bitches, their right to work, their right to work, their right to work. Everybody, their right to work. Everybody's got an obligation to work. I mean, the whole thing, they have been gaslighting everybody for years. And the thing is they have turned women within the home and family into slaves. And they have a slave status. They have no rights. And none of them want to give me a voice on any of the podiums because they know I am perfectly correct. And that when they talk about rights, it's their right to enter into workforces and have managerial jobs. But even then, it's bullshit because women have always had that right. If they demonstrated that they were capable for the job, they put in that job. Look at Ingrid Betancourt, the Jeanne d'Arc of Colombia. What about the Jeanne d'Arc of England, of France, that she built this whole branding campaign off of. You know, you guys are branding yourselves, but you got to put your money where your mouth is. If it's all just for show, it's all bullshit. It's just like Erica Kirk. So within that, okay, all you little ladies, well, there are a couple of gentlemen in there. You Jews who are bitching and want reparations, it's just like the black people. I'm sorry, I'm the only one who wants to dismantle the new Jim Crow in this country. I'm the only one who wants to restore the rights of all of these people, all of these black urban men who have been affected by this. 90%. All of the white guys are talking about their Second Amendment rights, right to own gun, right to own guns, right to own guns. What about their black brethren? And what about all of the black people? For example, Coach Colin, Dee Dee got a podcast. These are some of the black men that I'm following. I would say those two are really, and Dee Dee, I think, is very, very intelligent. Coach Collins, I think his ego needs a little adjusting. Because, I mean, that guy doesn't do much research. I really don't know what he's done in his lifetime or something. But, I mean, Dee Dee, is a young gentleman. He really does do a lot of research. And I think he's a little bit too drinking Kool-Aid of the Christians. So anyway, there you've got, I'm like, screw you people. You want reparations for people who have been hurt in the past. Marianne Seigert, don't even get me started. Rudy Singer of Austria. And then 1929 collapse, your great-great-great-grandfather, ring a bell? And he was with Kaiser Wilhelm. You know, and then you got she's Cobham Hall. Well, Princess Antonia, who's the great-great-great-great-granddaughter of Kaiser Wilhelm is in there as well. See how everybody, it's all this little group, and they're all, let's just go out and play, go to the polo matches, tea and crumpets at Harrods. I mean, God, it never stops. So here are a lot of Marianne Seigert, Ann Sinclair, Ralph Lauren, Mike Milken, Mary Summers, Lloyd Blankfein. He was David Solomon. That's what is it? Solomon Brothers? Yeah. That's one of the big ones. Citibank and Solomon Brothers right now. Everybody else is self-destructed. Those are the big ones. So, and JP Morgan's still in the game. Alan Dershowitz, Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Eisenberg. He was a friend of mine at GW. One of the top merger and acquisition lawyers in the country. He's in New York. Herero and Nama people. This would be Africa. Genocide committed by German colonial forces. Well, let's see. Is this South Africa? Let's see. Because now we know that we're having genocides of whites in South Africa. Let me just, I'm not sure. Let's close all of these things. Because I do not have much memory on my computer. And let's see. Africana, German, Portuguese. Okay. Let's not. Nambia. Where's Nambia? So, where is it telling me? I've got Zambia, Zimbabwe. Where? Oh, here it is, over there. Yeah, okay. So it's right next to South Africa, on the Atlantic coast, next to Angola. Okay, well, my older sister lived in Angola before moving to Haiti, after which they moved to Colombia. And she lived in Colombia until she passed away a couple of years ago. So yeah, that's right next door to South Africa, where we're seeing those genocides against the white people. So you're gonna have to pay now you're gonna have to pay reparations to those people. Then the Armenian, yeah, we know about there's a movie that it's about that genocide. It looks like a good movie, but I can't watch it. It's just, I know what's going on. I don't need to watch the horror stories. So yeah, they, let's see, Anna Kasparian. She's Armenian. And having it all feminist, New York. I'm like, okay. Whatever. Anna Kasparian, you better look at what happened to Lady Hee-Haw, or that was Lord Hee-Haw, Axis Sally, Tokyo Rose, all of those propagandists after World War II. Because y'all are playing the same game. Same game. We have the Roma people. Now, the Roma people, this is also, but see, these were like gypsies and stuff. So once again, I'm not, because the Roma people, these are the gypsies, gitanas, in Spain, and you still find a substantial group in Spain. I think in Central Europe as well, but in Spain, and this is where you get the flamenco dancers. For example, an upper crust Spanish person is going to find the flamenco dancing like very crass, low class. I personally, I mean, I love the flamenco dancing as much as the Sevillana, as much as, I mean, this is all Spanish heritage. Um, my joke with the Spaniards are in the late 80s and early 90s, and they would go on and on about how they were not racist, how they were, you know, us Americans, you're so racist, you're so discriminatory, and we are not all. And I would just laugh at them. And I was like, wait a second. Because my ex-husband, his name, De Alcala. Alcala, Ayala, all of those names, you have Arab blood in there. Oh, no, not us, not us. We're pure blood Spaniards, Europeans. So that's where I first laughed. But then I'm like, okay, wait a second, you guys. Look around. It's changed a little bit now because you do have some of the North Africans, but this is late 80s and early 90s. I'm like, or early 90s. I'm like, wait a second, you guys. Look around. There are only white people here. Even the Latinos from South America, come on, they're still white. So they're only white people here. And I was like, you're not racist and discriminatory because you don't have anybody to be racist against. And don't tell the gypsies, the gitanos, that you're not racist because they'll slit your throat. They're known more for their knife killing than shooting, like King Carlos did to his younger brother. Yeah, so the Roma people, yeah, they have definitely been targeted. But again, the Roma people have been very involved in the occult. Very, very much so. So, you know, let's stop playing the victim card without justifying horrific human rights violations, but let's just stop letting everybody pull out the victim card and say, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me wealth, give me wealth, give me privilege. You know, then we have the Rwanda genocide. Oh, God, there's a really good movie about that. Really good. It's there's a black man that's part of the Rat Pack who plays in that. He's like the Sammy Davis Jr. of Brad Pitt and George Clooney Rat Pack. I forget what his name, but there was a real good movie about that. I think The Blood Diamonds. I think it might have been that one. Anyway, very good movie. Indigenous groups in Americas. Yeah, okay. So South America, North America, when the South Americans go, you know, say like, oh yes, you all had slaves. We just had peons. And we didn't, you know, you all like committed genocide on your indigenous populations. And I was like, yeah. Oh, wait a second. Like, you guys are just gonna enslave the indigenous populations, call them peons, not slaves, enslave them. We kill all of our indigenous populations. So then we have to bring in slaves from South Africa, which quite frankly, if you look at the history, it was all of the fighting and the brutality. It was the black Africans who were selling their own people to the slave traders. So that's another, you know, piece of the puzzle of, you guys, stop pulling out the victim card just so you can get favoritism, because also that happened in the past. Sure, we've all got residual you know, animosity between the groups, but that's because you guys are still playing the same games. Otherwise it'll be like, I mean, I've never been racist in my life, but I'm pissed as shit at the blacks, the Asians, the Latinos, the Muslims, the Hindus, all of the different groups here in the United States, the foreigners. I'm like, screw you people. Every time I turn around, I'm being victimized in some other hate crime, being denigrated. I mean, I get attitude that I got to put up with from semi-illiterate, snot-nosed brats with, and I have to put up with it because otherwise I'll get fired. I mean, if I really, you little so-and-so, pull her hair, you go and do this job. I'm sick and tired of you sitting there on your goddamn phone. And I mean, this is why they stuck me in the kitchen, because then the managers and stuff, they know I'm going to do all the work. All of these Latinos can just sit around on their frickin' phones while I'm running around doing all the work. Ha, 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 ha. Isn't this so funny? We've got this woman who can take the entire city down, but look at how much power we have. We can bully her, and she can't say boo. This makes us even more powerful than the guy in the White House. You see how the game works? But all that they're accomplishing is to piss me off and give me cause to take them to court and have all of their assets taken and thrown out of the country. Oh, but then boo-hoo, look at us victims of the white imperialist. See how the game is being played? Well, all the frat boys and their pampered little trophy wives sit around like Valley of the Dolls and Stepford Wives. I mean, look at all of Trump's women. They all go through this. I mean, this looks like a freaking Stepford Wives movie. You get on board, you got to go through this first, this transformation of all of the makeup all over the place. I mean, Erica Kirk taking off all of her makeup and toning down her makeup and her jewelry and her clothes and stuff 6 months after her husband is killed. And when everybody's like, start already pointing finger, too little, too late, little lady. Okay, so we already went through kind of the QAnon. Who's QAnon? What is going on there? Because this is a far-right American political conspiracy theory and political movement. See, this is why political movement, well, who is at the head? If it's a political movement, who's involved? I wish they would contact me. These are the things that I've been trying to expose for a long time. This is why I'm like, who is Q and why aren't they contacting me? Because I'm out there. Their core belief is that a cabal of satanic cannibalistic child molesters in league with the deep state is operating a global child sex trafficking ring, and that Donald Trump is secretly leading the fight against them. So, this is obviously, if Trump is leading the fight against them, these are obviously conservatives and Republicans. So if it was Mike Flynn was involved with James Ryan in Tokyo, which I've been involved in that case. Why wasn't I contacted through that network? Well, Meghan McCain and Cindy McCain and John McCain, they've been sitting there out to lunch. I mean, that goes through my mother and Mike Helen. I mean, the whole pit bull with lipstick, the 2008 collapse. This was, I mean, it just, you go through the timeline, you go through the evidence, the people involved, and excuse me, I predicted the 2008 collapse a year before it came. The entire time that I was working at the IMF, I'm getting more and more evidence. It starts with the head of research, Olivier Blanchard, who says the 2008 collapse was not an isolated incident, or excuse me, was an isolated incident. My family and friends, we've canceled you and we've offered you up as a sacrificial lamb. They really have screwed themselves over because I haven't jumped off a bridge and I have been doing my homework And I've been posting it on the internet. They can't say that they didn't know. And this is as much the Democrats as the Republicans. That people that I know personally, that I grew up with, that I knew as an adult, anywhere around the world, or people that, somebody that I knew personally had all of this stuff up on the internet. My Lord, I would have read all of this stuff. I would have been on the phone. What can I do? What can I do to help? Let me send you a computer. I'm going to send you best goddamn computer I can find for Christmas. Or we're all of us in the we're all of us in the lunch club or cooking group. We're all going to put money down and we're going to get you the goddamn best computer. We're going to make sure that you have a roof over your head. We're all going to donate. We're going to get a nonprofit. We're going to make sure that you got a roof over your head and you got computer connection, and we're not going to let them shut you down. They can fire you, but we're going to keep you afloat. These little ladies are donating all sorts of money. The kind of money that's being thrown around into all of the nonprofit, when I'm like here drowning, all because I actually am doing my homework, and I'm not going to sell out, and I'm not going to let anybody go around raping and killing our children and our women and children and our men. It's all about maintaining the violence. I even got pissed off last night watching Nate with Valhalla, because he's like, oh yeah, join the military. You got a great life. It's a great, and I got out of the military and I'm making all of this money and I got these contacts and now I'm training police forces. Look at the ICE police, what they're doing. I'm training you've been training police forces that have been beating up and in league with these legal communities for decades and decades. Put me on your podium. Let's expose all of this. I don't even care. You don't even have to mention my name. You don't have to, you wanted all of the glory. You all want all of the glory for yourself. Fine. I don't even give a shit. Just get it done. You want to take all of the credit? Go ahead, but get it done. Okay. So it's this was QAnon has a direct roots in Pizzagate, another conspiracy theory that appeared on the internet 1 year earlier. Okay, but see, Pizzagate, yeah, that's going on. That went on. But see, it's the left, the right, they're doing the same crap. That's why nobody wanted the Epstein files coming out. Both sides, both the Republicans and the Democrats. They're sick. They're sick people. And evil. So here again, Pizzagate. You got Mike Rothschild. According to QAnon researcher Mike Rothschild, everybody's bitching about the Rothschild in the banking system, yet he's a researcher exposing QAnon. See, it's not as black and white. Oh, and then I loved it. Who was it? Who was saying, yeah, the Rothschilds, they were saying, oh, and we've been, this has been manipulated forever by the Rothschilds, the Kennedys. I was like, you idiot. God. The Kennedys were poor Irish people. Get your history straight. Joe Kennedy's father, PJ Kennedy, was a pretty decent guy. He was Boston, and this was in his neighborhood, the Catholic neighborhoods, and he gets involved in local politics, and everybody trusted him. Then his son goes to Harvard and becomes a Wall Street baron. And it is totally everything that his father was not. Um, so it's like if people, if you want to opine, do a little research. I mean, if I don't know, I will tell people I don't know. That is a subject. Inform, tell me what you know, because I don't know. Now, I'm going to listen to what you have to say, and I'm going to go and make sure, particularly if you're a pathological liar, I'm certainly going to go and verify what you're telling me. But you can't be all knowing. I don't even think God is. Okay, we can have a discussion on that. Okay, QAnon followers often use the hashtag Save the Children to promote the Pizzagate conspiracy theory. Okay, but why has, like, we know about all of this stuff. We know about all of this stuff. Then there's the influence of 4chan culture. This was all just another media campaign, social media campaign, mudslinging. This was all just political bullshit. Yeah, I included this slide. If you want to see where I got into, I started looking into the occult in the feminist movement was with this Deep State 33. You want to go and look into that. You also have the pedophile castle, and that's in Europe. See, as I say, this is going on both sides of the pond. In the last one, you had these satanic woods in Italy. That. I don't know what's worse. This, you tell me. Anyway, that's what all this was about. I'll tell you, I'm blown away. I'm blown away by Queen Elizabeth II being a man. And as I say, okay, I'm on the fence now about us getting to the moon, but they sold me on Queen Elizabeth being a man. It makes a lot of things explain themselves. But I'm just like, what I don't understand in that whole thing. So the story was that she caught cold. Queen Elizabeth, she's a young girl. She's staying at this castle. They let her go out and play, and she's not supposed to go out and play. And she catches cold. Now, this is another thing. These people used to die all the time from catching a cold. Okay, I mean, we have antibiotics and stuff. But so she catches a cold and she dies. And they quickly bury her. So that confirms, and the state of the room where she was buried when they found it in the 1800s confirms that this was very, very quickly, and a very poor job of masonry, of the bricklaying and stuff. And it was done very, very quickly and like overnight. So get the body, cover up the body. So, but why did they pick a little boy? Why would you pick a boy? Unless that's the only possibility, well, we don't have any girl that'll be able to pull this off. And that'll, this little boy, because it is 12, is my understanding, it was 12 years old. So the little boy is like 11 and 12 years old. So this is not a tiny child, which in some ways would have been more difficult, in other ways, I mean, pros and cons. So maybe, but like, wouldn't you, God, we got to find a little girl. Unless, I mean, okay, transportation is not very fast. You're probably going to have to, because I think if it had been planned, where they buried Queen Elizabeth, well, she wouldn't have been Queen Elizabeth. The way they buried her would have been more prepared. I think just the way that it was so fast that it does kind of give credence to that, and that it wasn't a plot to kill Elizabeth. So because you got Mary in there, because then there was the brother that did become king. I'm pretty sure they had that brother that was king. But then Mary, so oh God, Elizabeth, they were, this was Mary and Elizabeth, that was a whole thing. So anyway, as I say, I was blown away by that. I was like, God, how did you pull it off? So anyway, moving on. Here, this is War on Domestic Terrorism we'll go there for 1 second. You can see this has been up since, I forget if I started it in 2011, 2012, maybe even before that, because I do have 13, 12, maybe 12, where I house. There's all of some of this these are videos that have been taken down. But if you go into here, here's where all of the different documents when I was preparing my case against the Spanish government as principals and the American government. I do like the French embassy I have in there. Got a little bit of the French in there, but I covered, basically I was like, okay, I'm going to just really concentrate on the Americans. And then I'm going to say ditto for you guys. I have a French nationality as well. It's applicable. And we've got the IMF Family Association and Sinclair and Beatrix Keller, who should have been on this, Washington Akay, who should have been helping me, so I covered my ass enough to say ditto with the French. There's only so much I can do by myself. So as I say, all of that is there. And if you go in any of these things, Walter Garçon and his organization. Oh, here, these are just documents sent to him. Let's see, because what I did mainly, let's go in here. Oh, this is maybe not going to do it either. Yeah. That's not either. Here, let's go there. Oh, this is a Kennedy. Yeah. Oh, this is to Ambassador Jacob. But there is a Kennedy. He was the head of the director of management or something. So I made sure he got lots and lots of letters from me because he was a key person. Ignore me. Go ahead. So as you can see, if you go in, you click in, I also included lots of different videos, which provides all of the evidence. This has been submitted to, see, some of these have been, I haven't updated this thing in a long time. It got hacked into. So that's why I am over at Taking Back America for the People. And there you can see all of the different, some of it is casework. Here it's the letters to all of the journalists documenting. See, the podcasters, y'all should check into this because here are all my letters. Well, not all of my letters, but to key people over the years that are coming after you, as you can see. So if you go in to either one of them, you have the subject title here. This is a WordPress account. So this is a Wix site. I just don't have enough money to connect it to a domain name because then I have to pay all of this hosting. And so this I'm still paying it. Well, that's been a whole mess with GoDaddy. And I want to see them in court, but I can't find lawyers to know what the frick they're doing. My favorite was Patriotic Housewife. In fact, oh gosh, did y'all not see this? Were we not here? Did I switch back? Okay. So anyway, you have, well, okay. So that again, Taking Back America for the People, domestic war on domestic terrorism. Those are my two activism websites where all the information is posted. This comes, I keep on saying, keep on pointing to the book White Trash by Nancy Eisenberg, The 400-Year Untold Story of Class in America, where she states that, and she proves, that the class war in the United States is not, the race war in the United States is not about race, it's about class. And Americans have interpreted class to mean the accumulation of wealth and privilege, which is not at all what the founding fathers had in mind. That's more of the aristocratic British, European aristocracy definition of class. And that is precisely why, the Nazis rose to power, and they have had unending wars and revolutions, and the Americans have been promoting revolutions for 200 years to spread democracy across the world, but all they're doing is spreading fascism. So, all because a bunch of white trash whores want to go shopping, marry themselves meal ticket husbands or sugar daddies, and go shopping. See, this was the big problem that I always had with the Me Too and the Virginia Giuffre and the sugar babies coming and complaining. Patriotic housewife, all of her friends, these are the friends in West Palm Beach. She told me, oh yeah, some of my friends, they were the ones who gave, or high school girls, and went and gave Jeffrey Epstein massages in exchange for money to go shopping. I mean, Virginia Giuffre, this is in Virginia Giuffre's memoirs, that these girls approached her and said, can you hook me up? And now they're turning around and playing the victim card, and Patriotic Housewife and all of the expat wives clubs and all of these trad wives who want to have it all, who marry their, excuse me, I've always said, this is prostitution, ladies. What, you marry your husband instead of just sleeping with a John? No, And a lot of the expat wives that I know, all of them in the American women's clubs, the Bogota, well, the Acai is the FACO, Washington Acai. I mean, I'm sorry, ladies. I know. That's why you want to shut me up. You're not these respectable women, and you just wanted to pose respectable women like me and destroy our children. See, this gets into the mommy wars. And this destroyed, be destroyed, fight to the death. What the men are miscalculating is that all of the whores that they have married and had children with, they're offering up. I mean, this is how we ended up with the extermination camps. And everybody's laughing. I mean, Jesse Merle of Jesse on Fire and his wife, they think it's all real funny. I don't think they're going to think it's so funny when it's they who are being put in the cattle cars and sent to the extermination camps. Real funny, isn't it? I mean, I'm fit to be tied with these people. I've explained, I have put the evidence out there for 20 years now, almost. And contacting. I mean, I remember when I was in Spain, and I even went down to the American consulate, and I'm screaming. I mean, everybody in the place was like so embarrassed. I couldn't give a shit. I'm like, the man's going to kill me. I mean, I'm sitting there screaming through the bulletproof. I mean, it was a little bit a different situation with the French. this bulletproof glass thing. He's behind there. And I'm sitting there, all of these Americans in the embassy waiting for whatever their papers. And I'm like, I'm telling you, he's O.J. Simpson crazy and he's going to kill me. And they're going to cover it up. And at least the guy in the consulate had the good grace to bow his head in shame. But he said, there's nothing I can do. I said, what the fuck are you talking about? It's your job. And I contacted, what was it? Nicole, is it Brown? I know her last name. This is Nicole Simpson, her sister. She had a nonprofit. I sent them an email. I contacted them. I said, please, could you help me? Never heard back. See, all of these nonprofits, because I'd gone to all of the ones in Spain. And I said, go fuck yourself. Oh, anda, here, let me give you a shoulder to cry on. I'm like, I don't want a shoulder. I need a fucking lawyer who knows what the hell he's doing. No. We don't have any lawyers that we can recommend. Everybody knows what's going on. Everybody. Oh, now God, I'm already 3 hours. But yeah, okay, we're going to keep on. I did want to play this, and then it's pretty much. Nah. Okay. Yeah, I did want to play this. Too bad it's nobody's going to listen to this anyway, so I'm good.
Hey guys, I'm really, really sorry that, you know, I was not 20 minutes late. I'm very frustrated that it's 20 minutes.
Oops.
And agitator, member of the Landtag, Giza von Anoti, appeared there, bringing an oil painting of the Jewish martyr Esther Solomosi, done from memory for agitation. Now, I have to remind myself of this Esther Solomosi story. I'm pretty sure, and this happened 1,000%, okay? Because these stories are all exactly like each other. It's always the same age. It's the same thing happening with Mary Fagan, which happened here in America. ADL is still trying to pretend it didn't happen. Leo Frank 1,000% killed her for ritualistic purposes when she was 14 years old, okay? And this is something to do with Christian blood. Europe suddenly gets wise to this. This is truly, in my opinion, the reason why we started having world wars. It's also truly, in my opinion, why I think that we are now headed towards World War III, is because when these Satanists who have a tremendous amount of power, they have always been the bankers in society. The Rothschilds have always been behind them, as well as the Montefiore family. They're the same family because they're also incestuous. They suddenly hit the reset button, kill a bunch of millions of people. You can feel the itch happening right now. They want to go to war with Iran. This Esther Solomosi story, if I remember, she was a Christian servant. It's obviously something you can hardly Google because everybody who's written a book on it happens to be Jewish. It's very hard to find. Let me try to find this. She basically, if I remember correctly, she went to go run an errand for the woman that she worked for. Like she was like, what did you call them? Like a house, not a house servant. What's the proper term for like indentured servant? Is that right? Is that sound right? Inserted in 1882? I feel like that's correct. I think she was, yeah. It's so hard to find anything about this case. Anyways, point being is that she then goes missing, and the woman that she was working for, they go looking for this girl, and suddenly she appears, and she is in a lake. The mother comes and sees her. And she's like, this is not my daughter. What happened? And everyone in town was saying, like, you know, it's Passover. This is what happens. Like this group of Jews killed her for ritualistic purposes. These fishermen found her, if I remember correctly. You guys should definitely fact check this, but I'm not gonna be able to source something right now. I did end up finding it, and the story is unbelievable. Anyway, so they fish her out of this lake, whatever it was, and the mother comes and sees her, Esther's mother, and she's like, this is not my daughter. The fishermen then cop to the fact that the Jewish men had offered them money and given them a different body and to basically say that this was Esther Solomosi and it wasn't actually her, and they didn't know where she was. And then the Jewish men came and said, oh, well, we just said that because we knew that we would be blamed for her having gone missing. Anyways, this was not the first thing that had happened in this decade. We're going to get into another story that happened at the same time. And suddenly Christians in Europe were online, you know, when I say online, not literally online, but like started writing and being like, guys, this is happening. Like this ritualistic killing is happening. And this is something that I feel like we have been so gaslit about. This is real. And not only was it happening in the past, it is still happening today. Like I say, the Mary Fagan case is such an open and closed case of ritualistic child abuse and murder. And the ADL is trying to gaslight us about it. Leo Frank was a direct descendant of Jacob Frank. So he was a Frank. You're going to learn more about that as we keep going. Anyways, I'm going to keep reading this. We know that Freud was interested in this case from the fact that he commented on the psychiatric diagnosis of the chief witness in a letter. I think the chief witness was a boy who actually saw them take her, and he told the truth and was like, yeah, this rabbi took her. The synagogue at Tietze Etzler and the house of the caretaker were destroyed. In Pressburg, which is close to Vienna, excesses against the Jews were taking place. Count Egbert Belcredi gave money to the agitator Ernst Schneider to turn the fury of the people against the Jews in connection with an anarchist crime against a police officer. The Archduchess Maria Theresa made funds available for the appearance of the first anti-Semitic newspaper called The Austrian Friend of the People. The work of August Rohling, who was the professor at the University of Prague, had appeared. This was a pamphlet that was entitled The Talmud Jew, which had 17 editions. 38,000 copies of the 6th edition alone were distributed free in Westphalia. So think about this. They were so passionate about this. They distributed this pamphlet for free called The Talmud Jew, in which he described what was in the Talmud, which is something that you're not allowed to talk about. It's like, we're not allowed to know what's in the Talmud. And every time we discuss the verses that are in it today, even Elon Musk, will ban your account on X. And it's like, wait, the problem is me repeating the verses, not the verses themselves. So this is actually what this guy wrote, which I would love to get my hands on this, by the way. Westphalia, that could be our next book. We're going to read all 17 editions. He wrote, the Jews are authorized by their religion to take advantage of all non-Jews, to ruin them physically and morally, to destroy their lives, their honor, and their property, openly by force, as well as secretly and insidiously. All this the Jews are allowed to do. Nay, they even should do it for the sake of religion, so as to acquire power and domination over all the world for their nation. Now, again, and this is why I always say, the fact that we can't discuss this, the fact that you're not allowed to discuss what's in the Talmud and what few verses that I have seen, there's no question that we're referred to as goyim, essentially effectively cattle. Christians are referred to as cattle. And it's crazy that they are allowed to lie to us. They're allowed to lie to us as long as it furthers their cult.
Yeah, this goyim that we're cattle. See, I didn't realize that. I remember when I was at GW, I come from a very WASP background. My mother's Catholic, and that's the problem. That's in a minority. See, everybody thinks this is, between the Christians, there's no issues. Yeah, there is. So anyway, I arrive at George Washington University, and within the first week, I asked a friend of mine, a guy who I'd met, now these are all Cherry Hill, New Jersey Jews, and they've all got diamonds and gold all over the place. And I said, I don't understand why you guys keep on talking about Japs. I don't see any Japanese around here, and every other word, Jap this, Jap that. He almost fell off his chair laughing, and he said, Jewish American princess or prince. I was like, oh, okay. That's like the preppies and the yuppies. I mean, they were over at Georgetown. I hadn't gotten in. I applied to Georgetown School of Foreign Service, which is like the hardest thing to get into. No way was I going to get into with my grades. But anyway, God had other ideas for me. And so my backup was GW. I'd actually like Tufts, but my backup is GW, so that's where I went, and then I find out that it's filled with Jews. So I think that was also why my mom was so insistent of me being in the debutante party. Oh Lord, I'm in with a bunch of Jews. I wanted to say I jokingly told my siblings, I said, well, maybe I should just tell her, because then I have all of these roommates that are male Jews. And I'm like, well, maybe I should just tell. Don't worry, they're gay. Oh Lord, then we would really, oh no, my daughter is a lesbian. Even though I'm living with gay men, so this is how their mind works. But see, this is what the Republican Party used to be. Republican Party, a la my mother, Nancy Reagan, even Cindy McCain, who has gone over to the Democrats. I mean, this world, these women have gone absolutely batty. But that, how shall I say, mommy knows best, or father knows best. The 1950 conservative Republican, I don't know, I think most people 40 and over know what I'm talking about. At least it was a how shall I say, a dog that you knew. And you knew what you were dealing with. Now they're all over the place. I mean, there is no ideological divide or anything. But yeah, so anyway, the guy, I remember they were like, I said, "What is a guy?" Goyim. I was like, they were like, "Oh, like, everybody who's non-Jewish." I said, "You guys are really racist." I said, "You call us racist? That's racist. What? You even have a word for everybody who is we have words to identify groups. We don't have a word that means everybody but except us."
Their cause, and I would say effectively their cult. And I would say the cult really manifests itself in the nation of Israel, right? We see this right now. The gaslighting that is taking place, it is directly akin to the gaslighting that was taking place when these kids are being raped. Don't forget, these were Jewish girls that were being raped, okay? So they were willing to harm their own people for the sake of effectively breeding psychopaths. As we learned in the Assault on Truth, these kids will grow up and they will be psychopaths because that it was a natural psychological defense that happens when you were a child and you were violated by your own father or mother and being abused. And then they become these neurotic psychopaths that will then defend their cult no matter what. That is.
Yeah, this has been intentional. I remember a friend of my mom in London. She said to me years ago, she said, "Oh, this has been going on for so long. Nothing can be done." Now, this, of course, they're now going to like, what is this that we're talking about? I'm going to change the subject there. And that's, of course, why, nobody that I know in my entourages has looked at anything that I posted on the internet, because then they can just feign ignorance. Sorry, not going to work.
Is the manifestation of modern day Israel. This is the time of Theodore Herzl, okay? There's no question in my mind that that is what we are seeing, because it's the only thing that explains this obviously deviant psychopathic behavior that seeks to try to tell us that we're crazy for being like, no, actually you can't just like blow up a million kids and say that that's totally fine. And also when you read this on Truth, you're like, yeah, of course someone like Bibi Netanyahu would allow October 7th to happen. These people rape their own kids. Do you think they have an issue like killing somebody else's? Like, it's totally a nonsense. And again, when you talk about that, like their neuroticism, you saw this, I saw this. And I do believe Zionists are, the nation of Israel was born on this. I really do believe that. And I would say this off of book club. I could care less, obviously. But you see this even with like the neuroticism that we saw after Charlie died with like the lying. It was very weird to me. It was like they had to get out first and they had to lie repeatedly and obsessively and angrily, like Josh Hammer. He was like neurotic. And he was just like, like Charlie, buy my book, buy my book, buy my book, buy my book. Charlie, like, it was like totally crazy. It was something, what happened to him when he was a child? Like, why are you doing this? Why is there nothing that moves you spiritually to go, I'm not going to try to sell my book. That feels wrong. And also like lying about Charlie's state of mind feels wrong. Like something had to have happened to him when he was a kid. Like that's my genuine opinion. I don't know the facts, but I see this behavior over and over again.
See, this is where I am. No, something happens to these children. Serial killers are not born. Rapists are not born. Or pedophiles they're not born like this. We have a clean slate. With every baby that is born, we have a clean slate. And everybody who is covering up, even just the bullying and the disrespect. I remember one of our friends, she's from Somalia. Her mother was Eastern European German, and her father was Somalian. And she'd tell her kid, are you stupid? Are you stupid? Because he didn't know, he didn't understand something. And he even said, well, no, I'm stupid. You always tell me I'm stupid. She was like, well, no, that's just an expression. I'm like, no, it's not just an expression. You really do have an effect on your children. And this is the same beef that any teacher who calls one of their students stupid. I might not call them out in front of the students because that is, not terribly productive sometimes in situations, particularly when the students are problematic and the objective is to try and, but I'll tell you, I'll bring that teacher out and I'll go, who the fuck do you think you are? These kids are not stupid. In fact, a lot of them are much smarter than you. And that's what you got a problem is. You know that. And you're afraid that some of them are going to go on and earn a hell of a lot more money than you are earning. Well, one of the things that I want is to get better pay and us to have more society to have put more value on our teachers. It's not just getting them more pay, it's making sure that we have some quality people in there. But I'll tell you, I would tell them, I'm going to let it, I didn't say anything this time in front of the kids because I don't want to undermine your authority. But I'll tell you, if I hear that kind of stuff coming out of your mouth anymore, not only am I going to be going to your boss, but I'm also going to be telling these people what an asshole you are, these kids, that you're an asshole, and don't follow in the road. He's your teacher. You got to listen to him. You know, suck it up. This is not, you know, quite frankly, some of this is, I'm working on it. But you know what? You got to suck it up a little bit. Because life is not rosy. And sometimes you're going to meet assholes like this. And maybe that's why God put him in your path. Because you're going to have to put up with assholes like this. So don't play into his hand and tell him what an asshole and get yourself sent to the principal or get yourself kicked out of school. That's not helping the situation. I got your back, but you're going to have to work with me here.
And it's not, and like I always say, it's very important to separate because unfortunately, these are the people that have and have always aspired to have political power because they need it to lie. And we're going to learn about that in a second. But then we have like the people that we grew up with, like just like the regular Jewish people, and they are constantly, as they were in Europe, having to bear the brunt of that because then they say, oh, look, it's anti-Semitism. They noticed our behavior. And these people that have nothing to do with anything are like, why is everyone attacking Jewish people? These people are not Jews. They're Frankists. We're going to get to that. Anyways, Rowling, again, puts together these 17 editions. He is the appointment at the University of Prague. He offered himself as an expert to the court of laws with respect to the truth of the accusations of ritual murder. He wrote, Rowling's challenge of the Talmud resounded like a declaration of war against Judaism through the streets of Vienna. Immediately, all the newspapers of the world heard the echo of this great event. If he should triumph, then all the pyres upon which Jews had been burned, all the edicts by which the Jews had been exiled, all the persecutions which had ever claimed Jewish martyrs would now be justified. So Christians were putting these people on notice, and we're like, this is crazy that this abuse is happening. And it tells us that another major figure of the events at that time wrote this. The year 1882 was not yet ended when a furious agitation against the Talmud raged through the streets of the Austrian capital, and that came about in the following way. An anti-Semitic agitator, Franz Hollebek, had on the 4th of April, 1882, under the presidency of George Ritter von Schaunerer, summoned a meeting of Christian tradesmen at the Three Angels, a large hall in Vienna, where he made the following speech, quote, the Jews are no longer our fellow citizens. They have become our masters, oppressors, and our tormentors. The Christians are to be weakened, annihilated, defamed in the metropolis of the empire of Habsburg. Matters have come to such a pass that we must tremble to confess ourselves Christians. A nation which was already signally stigmatized by Tacitus, has set up as our master, and is there nothing left for us but to bear this yoke? Judge, if such a people has any right of existence in this civilized society, I don't intend to stir you up, but hear and judge this book, the Talmud. Do you know what this book contains? The truth. And do you know how you are described in this book? As a herd of pigs, as a herd of dogs and asses. So this is going, and think about the fact that we know nothing about this. This was the biggest thing happening in Europe in 1882. And we know nothing about it. Like they were standing up being like, this is crazy. We have interpreted this Talmud. Here's what it says. Everyone's reading it. They are shocked. And then what happens? Well, don't worry. World War I happened around the corner. People are going to be moved all over. Germans are going to be mass murdered. We're going to be told in America that it's because they were all Nazi.
You know what was also going on? This is at about the same time. There's the what is it? Tartania? Yeah, the Tartanian Empire. Now, this was also, I tell you, now with internet, you know, before you had to go to the library, look at the look up in the Dewey Decimal System where your book was, do all sorts of research. Now we've got all sorts of information that's this is X, that is challenging the narrative of history, because we've got this whole Grand Tartary that up until the 18th century, this was on the maps, and then it disappeared. And so this is another piece of the puzzle of the whole thing.
Dresden's going to get bombed by World War II. I mean, it's like they just hit reset every time people start to notice this sort of behavior. And again, because of this crucial period, this is when that Zionist lobby, this attaches to the Zionist lobby being like, we need our own place. because these Christians are popping up everywhere across Europe and they're noticing things. And so we're going to need our own nation. And so we need, and also to make sure this never happens again, that Christians don't start communicating the oppressed, we need to own the press going forward. And that is why well, I say always, but we kind of have this modern idea of history, but the stranglehold that they have on press, like the Zionists always control all of, like, Barry Weiss is over at CBS News, who's the chief or editor-in-chief, I think, of CBS News. This is the reason why they put Zionists in those positions, because when you put people that are ruled by morals, people that, just have just any sense of moral objectivity, and people that are Jewish people that follow the Torah, right? Thou shalt not kill, or Christians who follow the Bible, they will of course conclude that this is completely evil and psychopathic. So they needed to rewrite history, and the best way to do that is to start with a war, which I think we're headed towards now. You can feel the itch for war with Iran, and we know who's behind that. Okay, so going on, it says such were the events that provided the social and political context of this quote unquote turning point in Freud's life. These events served to perhaps clarify why he then began to present the psychoanalytic movement. Essentially, okay, we are raping these kids in Vienna. Parents are doing this, but now we have to gaslight the kids or else we will be exposed. And he concludes this chapter by writing, he must have been aware that the attacks which were taking place were directed not only against the Jews as people, but also against the whole Jewish tradition and culture. Among the various charges made was one to the effect that the Zohar, the most important document in Jewish mysticism, of which we do not have access to, which we will discuss presently, taught the Jews to...
Now, one thing that I'm thinking of right now, we're in Austria. Now, Arnold Schwarzenegger, his father was a police officer for the Nazis in Austria. But, and I'm not, trying to say, oh, look at Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's responsible. No, not at all. He's not responsible for anything his father did. In fact, he even says his father was very abusive. And so we can also see that theme repeating itself again, how this abuse renders these people, the offspring, and even everybody around them, slaves to their gaslighting. But Arnold Schwarzenegger's ex-wife is Maria Shriver. Now that's her mother is a Kennedy, one of the JFK and RFK's sister. But see, this is the thing. Joe Kennedy, even, on the Wikipedia page, you have Joe Kennedy Sr. talking about the Jewish problem. And anybody who was talking about the Jewish problem 100 years ago, 100 plus years ago, now all of a sudden, oh, see how they were racist, see how they were racist, see how they were racist. But this is, as I say, I grew up, I learned the Japs were not Japanese when I went to college. So yes, I am ignorant in a lot of the things, and I'm as I say, I don't know everything, and I'm always willing to learn. So, but we do have a Jewish problem, and it's not a benign problem, just like the Romas, because the Romas, the Gypsies have had they haven't been innocent victims always.
Sacrifice Christian virgins for God's pleasure. Just casually, he just kind of looks at that casually. He's not like, oh, that's not true. He's just like, no, this book is wild. Like, it's just like a wild read. Like, I'm just like, oh, it's kind of a problem. He's not like, but that's not true. He's just like, yeah, that book, that's so hard. So we just got to be quiet. And it tells him the last 2 decades of the 19th century, the ritual murder arose again and again in Europe, deeply affecting the Jews of Vienna, which we know they were raping their kids, and elsewhere. On June 29th of 1891, the body of a boy was found at Xanten in Prussia, and his death was attributed to the Jewish penchant for collecting blood. In 1893, a pamphlet appeared entitled A Ritual Murder, established as fact by official documents of a trial by Father Joseph Deckert. The pamphlet told of a trial in 1474 of Jews that were accused of ritual murder. Deckert had engaged a Jew by the name of Paulus Meyer, presumably a Sadduc pupil, who alleged that he had been a witness to ritual murders in Russia. So again, the Jews are testifying that they have seen this taking place. Which Jews are testifying and saying it all take place? Again, when you don't address the schism within the Jewish community, or I would even call it schism, because I don't think these people were ever Jews, we don't address it, when you don't understand what happened, when you don't understand what mysticism is, you have no concept of what's happening today. And you can wrongly perceive it as being anti-Semitism and not anti-ritualistic murder, which I think we should all be, anti-ritualistic murder and rape. He tells us the Jewish question was a frequent topic of conversation. Karl Lueger and the anti-Semitic Christian Socialist Party, which he headed, were powerful and influential. That Freud had concerned himself with these affairs is indicated by remarks in his letters. For example, in a letter to Fliess, which talks about his struggles to stop smoking, he says, only overindulged one day for joy at Luger's non-confirmation in office. He also discussed the Dreyfus affair, which is something that happened in France. Again, over and over again. Are we supposed to believe that in 1882, in a land before like internet trolls, that all Christians just everywhere were lying? They were like, yeah, I felt like making up, what were they, like killing their own kids and then making this up? It's like, what are we, no, something clearly was happening. And it was a satanic movement. That's exactly what it was. It was a satanic movement. And this is the background upon which the psychoanalytic movement was born. Okay, we get into chapter 5 here, and now, which this chapter is well, because it's called the general question of dissimulation, right? Dissimulation in writing means lying. Like, that's what it is. Like, and they're basically like, because people are catching on, we're allowed to lie and not say what we mean. And it's to intentionally obscure what you're saying. Now, this makes me think of, remember when I was really harping on that line in The Assault on Truth, when Freud wrote Allure de Fleece, and this was when he had his transformation. And he kind of was like, imagine if you would, like a satanic religion, and he pretends that like his client told him this, but it's very clear that he's just saying this happened. I can't remember what it was. Like, imagine if you would like a satanic tradition, and he says like the blood of like a something. And I think it's very clear that he engaged in ritual abuse, and he was indoctrinated into the Kabbalah, because they wait until you turn 32, 33, or 35 before they tell you. And this is what happens. He turns, you're gonna learn this soon. He becomes of age, which means he then would have partaken in this ritual abuse. And he's writing very obviously in The Assault on Truth to inform him, I've suddenly changed my mind because I now understand why we're abusing kids. I can't remember what the exact sentence is, but I'll pull it for next week. It was like, imagine if you would, a religion. Yeah, I don't think I wrote it on the last cards, but you guys remember this in the chat, but you know what I'm talking about. And so he's saying here in Simulation and Writing, this guy Leo Strauss, who is defending it, it's like, lying is fine. Like, we have to lie, or else if people know what's actually in the Zohar, then they're going to kick us out of their country. Well, maybe you shouldn't be in the Zohar. Like, I don't know. If people knowing what's in your book would cause a panic and would cause people to freak out, maybe what's in the book is wrong. Like, maybe, I don't know. Anyways, he writes that they are intentionally obscuring modern historical research, which emerged at a time when persecution was a matter of feeble recollection rather than a forceful experience, has counteracted or even destroyed an earlier tendency to read between the lines of great writers, or to attach more weight to their fundamental design than to those views that they have repeated most often. Any attempt to restore the earlier approach in this age of historicism is confronted by the problem of criteria for distinguishing between legitimate and illegitimate reading between the lines. So it's like they had to essentially read between the lines constantly to avoid detection, to write in between the lines, and then to read in between the lines to avoid detection. And he then outwardly says, in the history of Jews, persecution is a commonplace repeated century after century. Strauss's analysis of Maimonides, who was a Jewish rabbi who wrote not the Talmud, I wrote a note here. I think like he wrote the, he's a writer and philosopher. He put together the 14-volume Torah. He's considered the preeminent authority on Jewish law. And he's basically saying, like, yeah, he lied, but he had to lie. He should still be considered an amazing man, but he had to lie. He says Strauss's analysis of Maimonides is particularly interesting because it deals directly with the problem of presenting Kabbalah, which is the Jewish oral mystical tradition, in a way to provide against unfortunate consequences. So this guy's amazing because he presented the Kabbalah in a way that was secretly, it was coded. It was coded because he knew that if it wasn't coded, there would be unfortunate consequences. Like, what? David Bacan just didn't realize like how crazy that sentence is right there. Like, he's basically saying this is a great man. He had to do it so they wouldn't be persecuted. Because people knew what was in it. They would persecute them. Okay. Does it say like rape a kid? Like, I don't know.
Like, they're all psychopaths.
Yeah, I think that's like not good. I don't think like, the Bible wasn't coded. You know what I mean? Not like, it's crazy. Anyways, it goes on to write.
Well, I don't know that the Bible's not coded.
This is indeed what Freud was doing in the actual practice of psychoanalysis, and this aspect of the Kabbalistic tradition is still maintained in the education of modern psychoanalysis. Yeah. He must receive the tradition orally in the training analysis. This
is why, like, the court psychologists and are covering up for pedophilia and child abuse. Within the psychiatric community here, pop a pill, pop a pill, pop a pill. I mean, they told this to my sister and the marriage counselor to me. I mean, and this is date night. So like all of your marital problems are because you are no longer like dating. You know, going out to a restaurant or something. I mean, that is like, it's the catch-all. And everybody's buying it. No, we just need a date night. We just need a
modern practicing psychoanalyst is quick to tell anyone psychoanalysis is not to be learned from books. Yeah, right about now you're thinking, did I ever believe in therapy? Did I ever go to a psychiatrist? Did I ever go to a psychologist? Feeling like anything built on child rape probably.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, because my mother got my father. My father never had any problems. My mother was the psychopath, but yeah, she got him in a psychiatric facility. And I can tell you, yeah, I mean, you know, everybody's marriage counselor. You don't just go out and get a divorce. Things aren't going great. You go out and get a divorce. counselor, that's just a racket, a racket.
Probably is not something that we should be engaged in. And they hide this history, as he says, the great paradox. It wants to know your history, but don't ask it about its own history. And so he tells us that there was this pressure to constantly write obscurely. His analysis leads him to believe that Maimonides, that rabbi, permitted himself to violate the tradition by writing down about the Kabbalah because the Jews seemed to be doomed to a continued diaspora, which made the matter of dissemination by oral communication too hazardous. Indeed, he writes, quote, as it seems that there existed no Kabbalah, strictly speaking, before the completion of Maimonides' guide, one might suggest that Maimonides, I'm not saying his name right, Maimonides was the first Kabbalist. As a consequence of the double pressure to record the teachings at a time, but also not to violate the tradition by recording it, Maimonides set the teachings down in such an obscure way that only a small number of people would be able to penetrate and understand them. Presumably, only those who should receive this holy secret tradition. So like he is writing in between the lines and he's not saying what he actually means because he wants to make sure it's preserved because the diaspora is happening because people are figuring out what's in the book. This is just a wild read. Anyways, it tells us, he goes on to say, Jewish mystical tradition.
On about the Masonic temple and the Masonic groups and stuff like that. And, their secret societies, their secret handshake. I mean, this is all typical of children, 9, 10, 11, around that age mentality. It's very normal for that age. They're becoming separate. They're old enough that they are getting a separate identity from their parents and their family, yet they're still not old enough to be independent. So they do get, the clubhouse up in the tree house with, the little girl, the boys, and then the little girls they're not allowed in here. I mean, this is normal behavior. It's infantile, normal behavior for children. It's not normal behavior for adults.
Translated itself from esoteric doctrine to large-scale social movements in the culture of Eastern European Jewry. And so it is just crazy. It's just crazy. It's like, I don't know. There's something about the comments like it's quite sweet. And he doesn't get like how potent this is. And that's probably his own family decided they couldn't reprint the book. Like he genuinely, he's like a fan of it. He's like, oh, it's the Kabbalah. Oh, you can't write down, you're gonna rape kids. Let's just understand, like, you know what was going on at that time? Christians were like really fired up about all these kids being raped. So we had to start speaking in between the lines. And what's really interesting about that is that in my own experience, without saying too much, I have noticed this thing as well. Like when, I guess to give you an example, it was kind of like when I wrote like genocide is always wrong. And then I got this like full blown peer pressure campaign. They were like, what do you mean? When I say that, I'm talking about like my Jewish friend that I was working with. Like, what did you mean by that? And I'm like, genocide's always wrong? Like, no, what did you
This is what I talked about at the beginning. It was about the genocide. Yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean?
I'm like, I meant genocide's alwa's wrong. And they're like, no. What did you really mean? And I thought they were like insane. Like I literally was like, are you good? There's nothing happening. I wrote explicitly, actually. I remember writing to Marissa Straight preview. I was like, I meant what I said. Like, there's nothing to read between the lines. And constantly there was this pressure on me towards the end of my Judeo-Christian career. There was a pressure where they were like, what did you mean? This is what you meant. And I was like, I literally meant what I meant. And I realized that if they are being trained in these like, pro-Israel schools, I don't know what to call this mystic tradition of never saying what you mean, they think that we're engaging in it sometimes or all the time when we're actually.
I mean, get in with a bunch of feminists, like a feminist think tank or panel discussion. Okay. You might need to smoke a joint before you go in that place to keep you zen, because those, oh Lord, do they love to gaslight? But they pull out all of this. This is like you could do just thousands and thousands of hours of studies or sitcoms.
Not like I'm not a mystic. I meant what I said. Genocide is always wrong and Christ is king. And they were like, but it's coded. I'm like, it's not coded. And then I read this book and I'm like, oh, this is how you guys communicate. So you're accusing me of communicating like this. No, mine's like, I have the exact opposite problem. I have to say exactly what I think all the time. I have like toddler thing, when toddlers just say it and you're like, oh no, don't do that. So yeah, I was not.
I kind of felt, okay, I'm going to stop there. Because we're already got 3.5 hours. But yeah, I agree with Candace. I kind of have this toddler type of thing. And see, this is where, you're autistic. You're autistic. I'm like, fuck you with your autism. Oh, everybody's autistic. Everybody who doesn't. Kiss. Oh, yeah. It's so good to see you. We haven't seen you in so long. I'm sorry, you have to know what I'm talking about. Anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about has never met a Real Housewife. Um, so yeah, okay, so let's see. Let's go for gold. Let's see. Maybe I'll even get into 4 hours. Shoot, hold on. Okay. Oh shoot. Here. You gotta do it this way first.
That I would say that Meghan is an absolute example of somebody who is power crazed and determined to enjoy being infamous, because it can't be done with fame.
I can't speed her up. Oh, why didn't I go there? Okay. Well, the thing is, that didn't go too well. Maybe that's God saying you got on long enough. But I mean, that woman, here she is again. So, lady, you can check out Lady Colin Campbell, trad wife. So she was one of the few people when the whole scandal against Prince Andrew came out, and when Virginia Giuffre accused him of trafficking, which, you know, I'm like, wait a second. If Virginia Giuffre met Prince Andrew and one of these parties with the sugar babies and the whole bit. See, the thing is there's a big difference from hanging out on a yacht with cups of champagne with a bunch of 20 something girls. Some of them are on the short side of 20, yeah, on the underside of 20, but they're all about 20 years old. And, you know, 15-year-old, 16-year-old looks no different than the 25-year-old sitting there. That is one can of worms, which I'm not, you know, espousing this lifestyle, no way, shape, or form. But that is not the same thing that's going on with Sasha Riley or the you know, the triplet 12-year-olds virgins that were brought to Epstein, or what might have been going on Zorro Ranch. So I do think you have two different situations going on there, and I've always said this is very different, because sugar babies, my freaking God. Well, then let's start moving them out. We can start with Melania Trump and Trump's daughters, all of his children, because the one who is the middle one, but Ivana's children and Melania's son and Melania, bye-bye. Screw you people. So, you know, but anyway, this woman is a piece of work. So first off, if you want to go and listen to her, oh my God, you know, like, let's go back to 1930 England. And, you know, this is the paradigm that she's trying to promote. And I'm sure that's why she didn't give me the time of day with the whole Prince Andrew stuff. She also didn't want anybody, she didn't want to share the limelight with anybody, but she really screwed herself over, because she claims that she was a hermaphrodite, which is you're born with like both sexes and stuff. This is extremely rare. It did actually happen. I'm seeing on some of these channels to a king or somebody who was in line for the throne, and this was like horrible. I mean, this was, you know, within the church, this was an abomination. So yeah, these people were always persecuted, and, you know, devils, and burned at the stake or whatever. So, but I was told, because she said no, she was this hermaphrodite and that she was made to dress up as a boy, but actually she felt like a girl. And this is in Jamaica. She very dysfunctional family. an abusive family. Oh, her father was a real piece of work. They were divorced. Her parents were divorced. But he was an heir, like in, like not shopping malls, but department stores in Jamaica. So she's a foreigner. She married this Lord Campbell, and then got a divorce. She has some adopted children. However, somebody told me that no, she was not a hermaphrodite. She had a sex change operation. So whatever. But the thing is I mean, I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So here's this sex change operation, which is like so woke left, it's not even funny. But then she is like promoting the traditional, tea and crumpets in the afternoon. And oh Lord, this person, he had was an alcoholic, and the other, oh no, he was an alcoholic. Oh, but these are very respectable families, but just, occasionally we have an odd person in there who just doesn't fit in, the whole bullshit. So anyway, I talked to her. I called her, I sent an email, I said, you're right on target, you got a platform, you got some people listening to you, can you help me? Because the Me Too bitches that are going after Prince Andrew, this is just to bring him down, take away his title. It's the social climbing gets into white trash, and he's being attacked because he represents white privilege. And the Me Too, the feminist, now that Queen Elizabeth II is gone, was on her way out. I mean, come on, let's face it, she wasn't going to last much longer. They wanted to make sure that they created absolute chaos within the British royal family, so that the industrialist would, the King Charles and his brothers wouldn't start taking charge, his brother and his son, William. So yeah, the British monarchy is self-destructing. I have sent letters when it was Prince Charles, and been trying to get through to them, because quite frankly, it's at the point where, guess what? You're going to self-destruct. There's going to be a power vacuum, and this is really bad in the UK. And Piers Morgan should be ashamed of himself. But I'm like, okay. I mean, with Thomas Wilcox and the Puritan movement, 1571, admonitions to Parliament. 1666, another Thomas Wilcox, a choice drop of honey from the rock Christ. And then those, I'm not sure if in my family tree, I haven't been able to connect, to see exactly. But it is the same family. I mean, this is the Wilcox family honor of hundreds and hundreds of years that I'm standing up for. But then also there's the Dickinson, from John Dickinson. He was the penman of the Revolution. Now that goes back to the 10th century, 1000s, the 9th century, which was with the Dickinson, and he was a magistrate. So this goes back to, this is the Magna Carta era. So anyway, with that lineage, if you guys really want to play this game and the whole, power games and who ends up being queen and king, I got you on both sides of the Atlantic. Okay, even in Spain, I got you. Through my sons, and my ex-husbands, the Alcala family. So, yeah, okay. See, with Candace, it's all about these power games, and generation after generation, and socializing your young to be psychopaths and pedophiles and power hungry bitches and witches and evil and a whole kit and caboodle. Yeah, you're just repeating here. And the Morganic marriages of Kate Middleton and then Leticia of Spain You guys are just showing that social climbing is not making the situation any better. You know? So let's just take a look. Oops, sorry. Rianne Eisler. Now, her family did escape the Holocaust in Germany. They were in Cuba for a while. They did live in real abject poverty.
In my work, I basically have focused very much on what are the leverage points to accelerate this shift that's so urgently needed from domination to partnership. And I've identified a number of leverage points, of course, the primary human relations, as I mentioned, gender, childhood relations, myths and stories, very, very important, because we humans live by stories, and yes, economics. But economics from a very different perspective than the conventional one of capitalist or socialist, economics from a perspective that really recognizes that both capitalist and socialist theory came out of times that oriented still more than today, at least in the West, to the domination system. And that what we need is a new economics that incorporates the partnership elements of both, but goes beyond them. And goes beyond them in a very specific and fundamental respect. An economic system that, unlike current ones, whether they're socialist or capitalist, give visibility and value to the most essential activities, the life-sustaining activities, be they the work of caring and caregiving in families or the life-sustaining activities of nature. Why? Because without these, we have nothing. And so I have just finished my new book called The Real Wealth of Nations. And the subtitle is Creating a Caring Economics. And of course, just putting caring and economics in the same sentence, that's not your usual conversation about economics, is it? So our first step really is changing the conversation. Because that work of caring and caregiving, whether it's for people or for nature, is the most fundamental human work. And yet, if you look at today's economic indicators of productivity, such as gross domestic product, gross national product, you see something absolutely ludicrous, but understandable considering that it came out of the domination system. These indicators give value, on the plus side, activities that actually harm, that actually take life. Yes, from oil spills, because, the work of cleaning them up is terrific for GDP. From putting people in prisons, because after all, the prison industry is terrific for GDP. From making cigarettes, the health costs and the funeral costs are terrific for GDP. Weapons, fantastic for GDP. So that's lunatic, isn't it? But it's just as lunatic is what they don't include as productive work, which is the work of caring and caregiving that is performed in families, primarily still by women, although it's wonderful how many more men are now diapering and feeding and bathing and really mothering in their fathering. I mean, that's one of the most important partnership trends. But of course, whether it's done by women or men, it's not part of the GDP, nor is the life-sustaining processes of nature part of GDP. So naturally, what is not counted is not considered in policies. So the first proposal in my new book is a new map, a more realistic map for what is the domain of economics, starting with the core of the household, then the volunteer community economy that's unpaid, then the market economy, then the illegal economy, then the government economy, which are the only ones, those three that are counted today, and then, of course, the natural economy. If we start with this map, we have a completely different way of seeing what is needed. What kind of practices, what kind of policies are needed. And of course, I also point out in this book that we have inherited this way of, this really very distorted way of looking at economic systems from a time, yes, that oriented much more to the domination system, in which the ranking of one half of humanity over the other, the ranking of men over women, was such a huge piece. So that women were supposed to do this work for free in a male-controlled household, and it was just not visible as important, as productive. And the aim, of course, is to have power.
Women were supposed to do this work free in a male-dominated household. Now, this is only since the Industrial Revolution started. This is only a couple of 100 years now. And you could even argue this is only 100 years. Because really, if you go back 100 years ago, most of our society as Americans and all of the Europeans were still dominated by agriculture. So it's, and there you were in subsistence level. The women cooked. I mean, look at all the restaurants that are making a fortune off of the work that women were doing, making clothes, entertaining. Because a man oh, we need some flowers to make this place look a little nicer. All I need is a table and a chair to eat. You know, I mean, women, all of these jobs that women were doing were appreciated in the pre-industrial situation because, you know, even the men who are making the wheat, yeah, maybe you're selling some of it, but then the woman is making the bread. You're eating the bread, but you're also selling some of the bread. So there wasn't this, oh, yeah, he's making all the money and she's not making any money, so she's not worth anything.
Policies that give visibility and value to this most essential human work. And it's particularly important, well, of course, for humans, it's essential, but it's particularly important for the post-industrial economy, where we hear so much about producing high-quality human capital.
Yeah.
That's not produced in universities. If you don't start right there, early, and we do know that our early experiences.
Yeah, really producing high-quality human capital. Excuse me, the high-quality human capital are the ones who are the biggest sociopaths and psychopaths and the stupidest people on the planet.
They have such a profound effect, don't they? On, well, whether we're venturesome, creative, whether we can work with others, whether we are nonviolent or violent, etc., etc. And yes, whether we are really able to utilize our full human potentials. So if only from an economic perspective, and I have learned in my work, all my books show the benefits. They don't just deconstruct, critique. They reconstruct and they show the enormous benefits, personal, social, economic, and yes, environmental, of the shift to the partnership side.
Yeah, so I do agree, and I've reached out a number of times to Rianne Eisler. I gave a speech in 2015 at the Battered Mothers Custody Conference. They were doing an international stuff. I mean, I can't say my speech was great. I'm the first to say I was kind of like, well, sure, I'll kind of let you know what I've been doing. Again, this is 10 years ago, in terms of my research and try and explain to all of these women who are obsessed with procedural issues within the courts and the family courts, where I'm like, stop looking at that, or at least for a moment, these are issues that need to be addressed, but let's move to a higher level on these issues of, you know, constitution, where these ideas, human rights, all of, you know, whether you call it children's rights, women's rights, whatever, you know, all of these different rights-based philosophies and ideologies came in and were developed to understand then the instruments, the constitutions, the human rights conventions that were produced. And you know, you guys are picking and choosing how you want to use these, but they can be used, you know, any way you want. I mean, Baron Coleman one time said, you know, it's just, you keep on, you go to the courts, and it's an argument nobody has ever used before. And all of a sudden, well, yeah, but you need a lawyer to help you do that. So see, and I mean, the entire legal community, we have them in our pockets. Even victims, women who have been lawyers and victims of the courts, won't come forward. Namely, Maria Jose Carrascosa in Spain. Then there's what's her name? In England, Beth Schlesinger. In England, her case involves the Jewish community in Austria. Didn't we just see something about Austria there? And the Jewish community. So, but, you know, whatever. I mean, her kids, I think, are still her sons. She abandoned her sons. Maria Jose Carrascosa, you know, I guess her daughter is an adult now. But anyway, you know, it's like they just moved on and they're like, oh, I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get involved. I just want to make money off of this. And I've tried to explain them, when it comes time to pay the piper, you're going to be in the same boat as all of the other goddamn lawyers we have contacted. Carrie Bettinger Lopez, she was the lead counsel in Gonzalez Linehan versus USA 2011 Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. And then she got, when she finished with that, Joe Biden as vice president, he puts her in as advisor to the White House on violence against women. I mean, see, it's all this little protection racket. And as I say, Rihanna Eisler, she gave a speech, but she did it online at the Battered Mother Custody Conference the same year I did. And I'm like, well, wait a second, what are we doing here? We all come to these conferences to bitch, and that's it, and then you go home, and that's all you do? As I say, after, that would have been in May 2015, and I'm pretty sure it was October 2015. That was the year that was like, you know what, you guys, I'm done. I'd gone through all of the research. I came here in good faith. Oh, I'm looking to protect women's and children's rights. What would I do? I would go to a women's rights organization, nonprofit, right? No, they're with the feminist. Yeah, they're really going to stab you in the back. Stay away from them. In fact, National Organization for Women, Feminist Majority Foundation, Mujeres Separadas y Divorciadas in Spain. Unfortunately, Carmen, I think she's going to die before I get to her in court. All of these people, they are responsible for genocides, covering up genocides. Not only covering up, powering and enabling them. So here, gosh, we're at 4 hours, so I'm going to leave this one. This is Cher Denise on Meghan Markle, polls and Amber Heard. Agreed. I mean, that little girl, poor Harry, he needs to be saved, but nobody gives a shit. Everybody, he represents white privilege, so we just really enjoy seeing him suffer. And his kids, oh, isn't this fun? Okay, so, and Candace brought up in her yesterday, she brought up, because it does look like Charlie Kirk was one of these, targeted. He was very intelligent, and I guess he didn't get into this, what they're calling these GATE programs that identify, gifted children, and so they can manipulate them. I mean, see, the thing is like with my father, he's a famous doctor. He was a famous doctor and considered a genius, and he was. I mean, he always said we're going to end up back into a barter society, and if we continue like this, he's right. He wasn't, economics and stuff like that. Such a dear man. Oh, so anyway, who was Edith? So this is the Bill Montgomery. He was the one who sponsored and got Charlie Kirk involved. Don't go to school and become a speaker. You've really got talent, kid, and stuff like that. Identified, here's somebody who has a special talent. And once again, this was the job that socialite women did in societies, and mothers and wives. My husband, this is his forte, or more in your children, because by the time you're married, it's the mother and the mother-in-law that would have been matchmaking. But, with your children, oh, this child has a special talent. I mean, both of my sons are very, very different. And I mean, I live for the day to go back and be reunited with them. They both have engineering degrees. I'm very glad about that. And I have all sorts of ideas. And I mean, I know my sons have been, 20 years. I never thought. God, you're evil people. People are so evil. So, but anyway, yeah. Let's move forward. So anyway, yeah, he so Bill Montgomery noticed, talents in Charlie, So, and, mentored him. And I mean, all of these goddamn bitches, these feminists who mentor, having it all, women in the labor market who mentor women. Oh, you will see them with a slew of 20-something little girls who are ready to kiss their ass. But you will never see them helping an opting in housewife or, somebody like Erica Kirk, who is trying to get back into the workforce. I mean, part of the hatred against Erica Kirk is that, her husband died. She had opted out, which she didn't opt out for very long. She opted out her kids were 2 and 1, and so maybe 5 years or so. So she opts out. And lo and behold, she becomes the head of a multi-million-dollar company. Even if it's a non-profit, who cares? Not bad for a couple of years of marriage. It's the same. I mean, Nicole Shanahan, Bobby Kennedy's running mate, is yet another example of bullshit. And a little bimbo idiot. I mean, my God, when I saw that, I was like, okay, Bobby Kennedy, everyone in your campaign needs to be taken out and shot. I mean, I don't mean that literally. I do not mean that literally. It's a figure of speech, but you know what I mean. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Useless. Amaryllis Fox, she is a CIA agent. And that was that she had a mission, and her mission was to make sure that Bobby Kennedy didn't get into the White House, and that he would just, end up, you got a bunch vote for Trump, because with this Kamala Harris, we're really gonna self-destruct. And I agree. We were on a sinking ship, and it was like, Captain Bligh, I don't care what you've done, just get us out of this shit before we sink. Okay, we're out of danger at the moment, but we're headed towards some real strong waters are gonna risk to sink us again. So anyway, what was fascinating about this, and I agree, but again, Candace Owens, mommy sleuths out there, go out and do the research and then call me, and then I'm going to get all of the money from all of your work. Real nice. Thanks, Candace. So anyway, you've got so Bill Montgomery's wife, she was an immigrant. She came from Germany. So Eddie was born in Germany and immigrated to the U.S. after World War II through the efforts of the Catholic Church. She, her parents, and sister rode cattle cars through Europe to board a ship bound for America. So are these Jewish factions people fleeing? Or were these because there had been this eugenics project of producing Aryan children, although she doesn't, she's not blonde and blue-eyed. So I'm not sure exactly what they are. So you would tend to think more the Jewish group rather than these, blonde, blue-eyed children who had been bred to become the Third Reich. Bringing only what they could carry or handpock in a single. See, this would be the same, group of people as Rianne Eisler. Rianne Eisler, they went through Cuba, her family. Okay, they lived a short while in South Carolina and later moved to Joliet, Illinois, where the family remained and established a new life in America. Eddie worked hard all her life, including battling but conquering numerous health crises and natural disasters. I'm not sure what that all is all about, natural disasters. She was as sick as a child in Europe and was was she sickly because she was in a concentration camp, or was she sickly because she was part of a eugenics experiment, and this produces unhealthy, all of the inbreed. Question, I don't know. And was so moved by the care she received by the nuns in the Alps that she vowed to become a nurse as an adult. Now, nuns in the Alps, see, this is where I go back to, well, would this have been one of those programs to produce an Aryan race? She married and welcomed the birth of 2 daughters. Okay, so where are those children? Where are those daughters? After a divorce and as a single mother, Eddie worked 2 or 3 jobs simultaneously to put herself through nursing school as planned. Okay, so I'm not sure if she, she would have come as a youngster. So this marriage, I assume, is in the United States. And so she becomes a single mom, not the trad wife. So in 1983, what happened to her first husband? Was that an abusive situation? Eddie married her soulmate in 1983. She married her soulmate, Bill Montgomery, and they stayed devoted partners for nearly 40 years until his death in 2022. Bill's entrepreneurial spirit brought out the fun side of her, which barely managed to coexist with her driven side. Okay, fun side. Party hardy. Well, always working as a nurse. She also cooked in the Cajun restaurant they opened, traveled the States with Bill or her daughter's family, as long as they could go by car or Amtrak, anything as long as it didn't involve flying. When needed, she would retreat to the lake house they renovated in central Illinois. When needed, she would retreat. What was she retreating from? Over a span of nearly 50 years, Eddie had found her calling as an adolescent psychiatric nurse. Yeah, this is problematic. As I said, the psychiatrists, they've been involved in all of this. I remember the street kids of Bogota, El Padre Nicolò, who started that. He started with the kids of Medellin. He also had the Bogota. It was the how shall I say, the process and the things that he did is what I'd like to implement. In fact, we were looking at that. I was looking at with a group of French expats. We were looking at those schools in terms of how this was working and implementation into educational systems. Of course, that never went anywhere because of the backstabbing witches that always get involved with that. But it was a good idea, and I was very much interested, and it definitely has, application. But Padre Nicolo, one of the women, said, well, what about getting, some therapy, some psychological counseling for all of these street kids? And the person said, Padre Nicolo wouldn't let those crackpots anywhere near these kids. And like most of the guys who worked in the school, it was a boarding school, it was a several different step situation, but most of the guys who worked there had been street kids themselves. And I think that was good because, it's like, you can relate and you're like, yeah, I've been there. It's a shit show. It's a real shit. It's, because part of it is just getting over it, is somebody going, yeah, it's shit. 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 Okay, so what we're going to do about it now? Yeah, let's move forward. I've been there. I know what it's like. You ever want to turn around and punch the wall and throw a fit, I'm going to understand why you're getting all so upset, and we can talk about it and whatever. And I'm not going to judge, see what I'm saying? Then some asshole who's been to school, who's like Jordan Peterson, Oh, yes. Yes, you had a very traumatic experience as a child, and maybe we should put you on some drugs so you can just forget about it. Bullshit. Yeah, so that's her goal was to work until 80. Okay. I mean, like, what the frag? Her goal was to work until 80. But after Bill's death from COVID, she decided to retire. She moved in with her daughter and family in Illinois. Yeah, so see, normally in an obit, you have, she is survived by her, children, grandchildren. Same thing with Bill Montgomery's obit. Eddie, his son, daughter, stepdaughter, son-in-law, grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. No mention of any names. Any names. He was a member of the United States Air Force Service, military, so ding ding. This is, oh, and then another thing. The family asked you to donate to St. Jude's. Here, I don't know if they ask you to donate or I even have that part in here, this obit. But okay, St. Jude's is another one that needs to be investigated. I mean, all of the nonprofits, even because the medical community, medicine in this country, healthcare, this country is just big business. It's exploit, all of the hospitals, public. I mean, how many PhDs and MBAs in public health? I mean, they're coming out of the frickin' woodwork. I'm like, what? Why do we need all of these PhDs and MBAs in public health and administration? I mean, it's out of control. It's out of control. And I know, I know the same problems that I found in the legal community are happening in the medical community just from my father alone. He told me about it all the time. So here, this was just about, I guess this got out a little out of order, but this is all of the models, so we're going on about the illegal immigrants. What about Melania Trump? And then Ivana Trump, I mean, I can't remember her situation, but that, maybe not totally illegal, but borderline. And Melania, definitely, she worked illegally. And it's the whole debutante Cornelia Guest. American women are too smart and educated. I mean, this is, they're not going to put up the crap. They're not going to put up with assholes like Trump. So he gets these foreign models who don't give a shit. I mean, I saw that in Bogota. I've seen that with all of the expat communities, all of them, where, these social climbing bimbos, I mean, like with the Viums, she got pregnant. I mean, that was obvious. I mean, how many of these women go and get pregnant? I mean, the Brazilian girl who was living in the house, she was like a maid, au pair, whatever. I mean, that little girl, when I went to her and I said, I can't believe that you signed this letter for the courts. I mean, she thought what she thought, my husband was working her. I saw it. She played right into his hands. He was working her. She thought that she was going to help him get rid of me. And then she's going to walk in. This is just like similar to the patriotic housewife is covering this story as an au pair. I'm like, yeah, you don't want to have anything to do with me because, whatever, for whatever reason. I won't even go there. But yeah, she thought that she was going to get rid of me. Then she would waltz in and be the queen of the house and the new Mrs. de Alcala. Well, I mean, I just was like, even at the time, I was like, oh, little girl, you are being worked like you can't believe. He is working you. And the second that I'm gotten rid of, your goose is cooked. And your goose is cooked when I get all of this into court. And this kind of trash, you're looking at defamation. You're looking at perjury, bitch. I mean, everybody, oh, just let it go, just let it go, just let it go, just let it go, just let it go. I agree. I agree. It's you know, it's done with. I want to move on with my life. I want to get global expats started. I want to get back to my children. That's all I've wanted to do in the past 18 years since I've been back. But at the same time, I'm not willing, even though it cost me my separation from my sons, you know, my alienation from my sons, I'm not going to just, oh, I'm good. I'm going to play, you know, I'm going to lobotomize myself and play the Stepford wife, and everything's wonderful. Everything's beautiful in this world. Oh, I mean, freaking crazy. This is why they're letting in all of these. Yeah, sure, sure. Oh, they're gorgeous. I get it. You know, they're beautiful. All of you men want to sleep with these women. I get it. I get it. But do so on your own money. Okay? Don't bring these whores into this country, have them producing children, and think that we're going to put up with all of them. No. I mean, look at this. Look at this. And then we've got foreign-born actresses, because this is the same can of worms. Let's see. Rihanna, Barbados. From Barbados. Her 1.4 billion net worth is driven by her 50% stake in Fenty Beauty. What the frick is that? Savage X Fenty is valued at over 3 billion combined. Let's see, we've got Sofia Vergara from Colombia. Anybody from Colombia? Huh? You're really up shit's creek without a paddle. So 180 million. Latin World Entertainment. I mean, hi, Sofia Vergara. Wait until I get you in court. Let's see, we've got Margot Robbie. See what I'm saying? You start taking away all of these people's fortunes. All they've been doing is here to undermine the U.S. Constitution, democracy in the country, and turn the country into a third world. I mean, I got the goods. I have the cases against them. You know, let's clean it up. Let's clean up the Wild West. So here, foreign models and honeypot, because this was here, AI gave me this. Here's a more extensive list. And I added Ivana Trump there. Okay, I mean, she's passed away, but her children and her grandchildren. Melania Trump doesn't have grandchildren yet, but she does have a son. So Anne Sinclair, Ariana Huffington, I mean, these two, because Anne Sinclair is Huffington Post France. So, I mean, you start, let's just ballpark figure here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Okay, let's round it. Let's make it 26. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 2. So you're talking over 150 times. Let's put it at 100 million each one of these, and that's going, that, as you saw, there you dog, a billion, 1.4 billion. But okay, so these are the top. So let's put it at 500 million. I said 100. Oh, did I say 150? 6. So, okay, so 150 times 100 million. Yeah. We've got 38 trillion. It's certainly not, these people, well, they might add up to $1 trillion. Very easily, very easily. Maybe even 2 trillion. Pay it off. Pay it off, pay it off, pay it off. Fucking want to turn my country into a third world country. You'll see what I'll do to you. And see, this is the thing. I mean, the January 6th attack on Capitol Hill. The response to that was the domestic violence extremist report under Biden. Well, all of these categories apply to everyone in the Republican and the Democratic Party. All of the nonprofits here are involved in this, or the civil servants. I got them on all of this. Take him to the courts. Let's get I don't care if you call it a grand jury trial. I don't care if you call it a Nuremberg's trial too. I don't give a fuck what you call it. Just get it done. We have the names. We don't even need the Epstein files to be released. With Whitney Webb's book, which we started this whole presentation with, she explained the whole process. We have the names. We have the evidence. We just need a few good men and women. Marjorie Taylor Greene, where are you? I believe in your good faith. I don't think you would have had a screaming match with Trump and gone up against him if you weren't of good faith. Now, come on, work together. If everyone works together, remember David and Goliath? This is not, I don't know why this, I keep on getting this hand going up in my thing. Not sure why. Yeah, so, this is not rocket science. Just takes a little bit of balls, a little bit of brain and a little bit of balls. So that's it for today. My Lord, almost 4.5 hours.